Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord and follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. A happy Saturday, everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful week. Hope you're having a beautiful month. Hope you're having a beautiful year. Hope you're having a beautiful decade. Hope you're having a beautiful century, folks. Happy Saturday, Captain Coder here on this beautiful day. It's so great to see the whole crew here with us. We got the whole crew with us. Clayman, congratulations on your first. You know what's crazy, Clayman? Even on my screen, it shows CodeMonk was first. Even though, so my Twitch saw you as first here. So if we look here, it shows you first here. But my bot saw CodeMonk first, so I don't know what's up with that. What's up with that? But Clayman, welcome back. Welcome back, champ. Oh, you can't see. Look, I'm not showing my desktop here. So my Firebot shows that CodeMonk was first, but Twitch chat shows Clayman was first.
Whoa.
Rigged? Maybe, possibly, who knows? But congratulations on your return here, Clayman. Great to have you. The Grumpy Game Dev is here, raiding the captain today. Oh Grumpy. Thank you for raiding me today. Thank you for raiding me. It's true, Redmer. We have our delicious coffee cup. Look, it even look delicious coffee. That's how you know. That's how you know it's gonna be good, because the cup says it. If your cup doesn't say delicious coffee, you might be drinking swill, folks. You got to make sure your cup says it on there. It's great to see y'all here. APOC, welcome back to the stream. Marshall, thank you so much for the lurk, my friend. Have a beautiful day. Grumpy, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. Well, you're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. Are we having caffeinated? We are having caffeinated coffee. Wrong button. This is why we need the caffeinated coffee. Enjoy your lurk, Grumpy. I appreciate it. Or your Laruck. You know how it is. Sijian, welcome back. It's always wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a beautiful day, folks. If you guys don't know Sijian, Sijian's the creator, the creator of the Captain Coder intro there. Sijian, is that the command? There we go. Sijian, incredible member of the crew. G, welcome back. Have a beautiful day. What type of event, if you don't mind me asking, what type of event you're going to today? I'm going to a Japanese festival later today, and I'm super excited about that. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be all kinds of Japanese food. There's going to be Japanese music, Japanese art. My remote's gone. Where's my remote? Oh no, my remote. How am I supposed to control? My camera's off center. Oh no. My desk is so messy. I was moving things around last night. Oh no. That's okay. It's gonna be so good. Mooniz, how's the moon been, my friend? It's great to have you back. You know, Dramel's in here, so you're stretching out that lead, my friend. We should do some trivia. Well, Dramel's in here. Red Mirror, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. Grumpy, thank you again for the raid. Folks, what are we working on? I'm trying to find my remote. What did I do with it? There you are. In a very strange place. Now I can zoom in on my face. Now, perfect. What do we think? How's the camera looking? Perfect. There we go. All right, folks, what are we working on today? Uh-oh, there he is. He heard me, Moondes. He heard me. Dramox, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I hope you're doing well. What are we working on today? We are continuing our work on the Dungeon Crawler, except now I'm going to stop writing good code, because I'm going to start, well, maybe today and tomorrow we'll continue writing good code, and then we're going to start writing janky code, because time, because I'm over scoping. It's true. He's coming for you, Moon. He's coming for you, Moon. Amen. And a very admirable amount of points there. All right. So we have a theme. We have a game design document. Met with my team last night. We put together a bit of a game design document. We've decided, and maybe I shouldn't have agreed to this. Maybe I should have kept the... So we're going to get some viewport stuff. We have the crawler mode essentially finished here. A game design document. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Our combat mode. How we do combat is going to be... I wouldn't say overly complex, but definitely more complex than it needs to be for this jam game. But it's a great excuse. I've been wanting to implement this particular combat system for years. I remember back in my college days. So this would have been back in 2007. I've wanted to implement this since 2007, 2008. No. 2008. Yeah, 2007 isn't right. 2008. The summer after 2008, I wrote a version of this. I know. I wrote a version of this in Java, believe it or not. Back then, I was a bit of a Java head, so I wrote a version of this combat system in Java. So I've implemented it once before, many moons ago, and now we're gonna come in. We're gonna implement it for this game. The idea here is to try and keep it nice and game tip. Slice and dice. Don't forget to slice. Don't forget to dice. Snabble, welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here, my friend. Code Monk, we're paying attention. We're focusing. Folks, pay attention. Why are there two combat modes? Okay. This needs to go away. This here is more describing the combat system. Combat algorithm. I'm not sure. This is like the combat mode view. This is combat mode mechanics. Okay. So the way this combat play is played on a 2D grid. So we're implementing a combat system. It's kind of like, if you've ever played the game Descent, it's a Descent-inspired combat system. 1 second. Let me get my hiccups out. Doc Cam. There you are. All right. So Descent... Come on. Is a game that is played on a 2D grid. And you have player characters and you have enemies. Player characters and enemies. And come on. Alright. Player characters and enemies. The players all take it. So all of the characters take a turn. So all the characters get to do a thing. And then all of the enemies do a thing. The enemies are pretty dumb. Not super dumb, but they move and attack. The characters get more options. They have a couple different options to select from. They select 2 actions at the start of their turn. And then using those actions, those give them things like you could select move as an action that would generate movement points. And then you could select attack, which lets you attack during your turn. So you would be able to move and attack. You could also do attack twice. You could select the attack action twice. This lets you attack twice in the turn, but you don't gain any movement points. If you want to move, you have to do something else to be able to move. You could also do things like guard and rest. Guard says that during the enemy's turn, if an enemy moves next to you, you can attack them. And rest says at the start of the next turn, if you're still resting, you recover some amount of resources. And in our case, you're going to recover energy. So there's going to be 4 stats in our... I don't know why I have to have this here. It's not very helpful at all, if I'm being completely honest right now. There's going to be 4 stats in our game. 4 statistics. Where did I write those down? They're here somewhere. Health, energy, armor, and speed. And this is why I want... All right, put the dot cam back on. See, it'll be nice and blur again. So it's inspired by this game system. And so I don't want to implement a completely new system from scratch. I want to use an existing, well-tested, well-balanced system that's relatively simple. So we're going to do a simple version of this card. And we're going to have health, energy, armor, and speed. Health, energy, armor, and speed. That's the character. That's a character card. That's what you have. We may end up adding this type of trait later, but for now, we're just going to do health, energy, armor, speed, and then use the 4 basic systems they have. They'll have a weapon. They might have a weapon. Is this poorly drawn version 2? This is not poorly drawn version 2. This is hopefully this is Dungeon Crawler Jam. This is Dungeon Crawler Jam. Good question though. Thindle, how you been, my friend? Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. I hope you are having a beautiful week. Happy Saturday, my friends. But yeah, we're implementing a combat system. I already have our crawler mode mostly done. We're waiting for some art to put on here. But our crawler mode does stuff like has events. When I move into a space, we can trigger events that cause this to open up. When I move into this space, there's a script that runs that causes this to change. So editing my map, I can add new things to it, no problem. I can move into a space, have a dialogue open up that has sub-menus in it, and does stuff. This is all done via Lua scripts. So for example, this particular script looks like this. So we have a dialogue here. Let me open up this other file so we can see that here. If we have this open, it'll stop complaining. So we have our dialogue system here. We can create a dialogue, add in options, and this is extensible. You can just keep adding in options, run more scripts, call a script. You can recursively add in dialogues here, have it go back to one. It's really, really nice. What's the height of these tunnels? Is it stand-up tunnel or something more like a vent? These are full. These aren't tunnels. These are caverns. These are dungeon-sized walls, dungeon-sized rooms. Should make a graph editor for the dialogue system. No time. So this actually wouldn't be that hard to make a graph system for, and then have it compile to this, right? So if I did that, you know me, Dram, I'd have my dialogue system have things, and then it would actually just compile to this code here or something that this code could interpret very easily. But then you're not crawling, you're dungeon walker. It's fair point. Fair point, Thindle. Look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Give this man a prize. Thindle points. Add 100 points to Thindle. But wrong direction. Points. Add Thindle. 100. Oh, nope. Autocomplete got me. Thindle. 100 points to Thindle for pointing out the truth, for always being the voice of reason, the voice of truth. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. I forgot to, I have something I want to do here, maybe, possibly. I have no time. 2x, do? 2x. Oh, I forgot I had that button. Apparently I have a 2x button on my little spot here. Ocular Malice, thank you so much for the follow. Good XP, welcome back to the stream. Ocular Malice. What? I would like to welcome you. Welcome to the crew today. Thank you for following me. Ocular Malice, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. All right. So we want to have a combat system. So let's go ahead and over to our issues here. And we need several things to have a combat system. So first off, we're going to need a character card information. Needs character card information. A character has the following properties: stats, statistics. A character card has the following statistics. It's going to be our distant answer. Welcome back to the stream. Health, energy, armor, speed. These are the things that a character card has. It's not necessarily the stats of the character, so they have equipment, but this is what a character card has. And so we're gonna implement, really I should say like new combat system here. Maybe we'll do that. Combat system is what this feature, it's gonna be a big feature, but let's go do combat system. We'll do this and we're gonna just work on the whole combat system as a whole. Yeah, I was gonna make it a bunch of small little things, but we're the only programmer, so we're just gonna go for it here. Well, I also made a tag, because I'm probably gonna come back, but I did make a tag here of pre-jam, because I'm gonna want to probably come back after the jam as we write lots and lots of gnarly buggy code, but hopefully not. Maybe we can keep it all together. Maybe we can stay focused here. But we do have this game design document to guide us in this way. All right, so I know my character card here. Let's start out. I want to create a new module because it's not related to Dungeon Crawler. This is a different mode. And so, you know, maybe I should have renamed this something different, but we're going to go with dungeoncrawler.combat here. .NET new. Keeping the code tight and easy to work with. Well, Jam, you think so? I don't. For the next 2 days, we might. Grumpy, we might. We might. But that's why I made a tag, because we're probably going to come back to it. .NET new. New class lib. And there's going to be our dungeon crawler dash combat. So we're going to create a combat system here. It's basically, it's pretty separate from all of this other stuff. Jam games are built almost entirely from tech debt and regret. It's true. It's true. I was doing so much. I had so little tech debt and so little regrets, and now we're going to add them all in. You know, it's just been biding its time, building it up. Royal C-Dub, welcome back to the stream. I hope you've been having a beautiful year, my friend. It's always wonderful to see you. We're going to go with net standard 2.1 here. All right, we got to make sure we're net standard 2.1. We're going to copy our net hacks over. Should really make a template for this. All right, copy our net hacks over. And now we want to think about what does this look like? I know dungeoncrawler.combat, captaincoder.dungeoncrawler.combat. Here we go. Ocular Malice, my jam games are built with unicorn tears. Look, nothing wrong with that. I wish I had some unicorn tears to really speed this process up. Dungeon Crawler, I'm just stopping by today because I have a 5K run in the rain. Enjoy your run, my friend. Stay warm. I hope you don't get too wet, but you know, sometimes a little bit of a run in the rain can be nice, because when you're running, you get hot. When you're running, you get hot. So I'm going to start with a record here. Character card. It's just a character card. So we have a string, name, int health, int energy, int armor, int speed. This defines our character card. That's all we have. All right. Character card like this. You haven't run in so long. A 5K, if you haven't run in a while, it might be a little bit tough. I'm hoping you stay in shape in other ways. Congratulations on number 10, Royal C-Dub. My games are built with hopes and dreams, and I'm hopeless, and I can't sleep properly. Look, you're just describing the average game dev, I think, Dindle. Including myself. So our character card looks like this. There's a different stat. There's a different thing that actually tracks like a character like data. So a character. Oh, well, maybe. Yeah. So we have our character card. We want to think about how we interact with this thing. Character card is defining like their maximum health, their maximum energy, their base armor, their base speed. We might even call this base health. The main reason I'm not doing that is that is the definition of what this is here. So we have a character here. Let me think here. I want my character to, so there's a character card which defines it, and then there's like the character, the actual character. I don't want to use the word character. Here we go. Public class player character. Here we go. Public class player character is what we want. And maybe I'll do it. I might do it as a record as well, and I could do it as an interface also. But a player character is going to have a character card. Okay. And then they have other things attached to them. They have int wounds. So this is how many wounds they've received. If their wounds are greater than or equal to their health, they die. Int exertion. Exertion is how much energy they've spent. Okay. So these are sort of the ideas we have here with, there's the character card, and then there's the actual player character, the person playing the character here. Player character has a character card, it has wounds, exertion. And then I want to, so I'm defining the data here. I'm just defining the data. Rel C-Dub, I do need a leaderboard. That would be a nice command to add. I don't quite know how. Maybe I could implement it. I don't think it'd be that hard, but I haven't. Many people have asked for that one. Maybe I could do it. I just haven't thought about fully through it. So we're gonna have a public static class player. I'm gonna call it character extensions. Okay. And these are going to be the functions that operate on our player character. And so let's go write some tests to think about what are the, I know unit tests during a jam. What insanity is this? We've got a little bit of time left still. So we are going to try and do some stuff here with unit tests. Let's do a dungeon crawler dot combat. Okay, dungeon crawler dot combat here. We're gonna be in, what is Lua? Lua is a programming language. That's a good question. It's a small little programming language. It looks kind of, this is some Lua that I've written. This doesn't look like Lua. It's just the Lua API that I've created, but it's a little programming language. Really nice, simple, tiny programming language. I really like it. Feel free to look it up. I highly recommend it. I can't recommend it enough. I'm actually teach some classes on it now. Okay, Dungeon Crawler Jam, character card. Hang on. I was about to write some tests. That's right. All right, in our test, we should do a TDD game jam where a stipulation is that the code coverage has to be at least 80%. You're gonna just end up with people writing terrible tests. That's an interesting idea, Grumpy, though. I kind of like that idea. Oh, we should talk more about that. We could probably come up with a really interesting game jam idea around that. Is 1 Kelvin 1 Rankin? I'm not sure. It's a good question. This would be character. Player character should. Okay. Player character should. And I'm just gonna I like to still the top of this. You know what? I really shouldn't be doing this anymore. I don't need to be doing this anymore, I don't think, actually. Because I'm actually not gonna be using these. It's gonna be all separate. All right, so player character should. Okay. And what I want to do, take wounds, is dead. These are things that I want. So player character, public void, take wounds. All right. This is going to return a new player character. This is interesting. I'm wondering whether or not I should actually just practice and learning over time. Rugs, welcome back to the stream. I hope you are having a beautiful Saturday, my friend. Happy to have you here. We want to add wounds. And this is going to be, we could also, add wounds, which could be a set wounds. I like the idea of add wounds better. So we're going to add some wounds in here. Int wounds to add. I'm going to throw a not implemented. Hang on. Why not implemented exception? Oh, I think I know what's going on. I'm not using the correct language features here. Lang version 12. All right, let's do a reload here real quick. Oh, I need to add this to my solution as well. .NET SLN add dungeon crawler .combat. All right, now there we go. Add wounds. Public static Add wounds. We take in a player character. This character. I'm gonna call it PC. You gotta keep it PC, everybody. I have the equivalent of an associate's degree in nuclear power generation. Ooh, I did not know that. And a brain that can't remember where I put the keys, but I can remember chemistry and physics from it that hasn't had a use for 20 years. That's awesome. You know, I feel that way about board game knowledge. I feel like I have so much, such specific knowledge related to some board games that it's pretty tricky that way. Working and away and lurking. I'm glad to hear it. I just noticed you are almost at 2K followers. We're almost at 3K followers. We're almost at 3K followers. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Almost at 3K followers, but that's okay. I don't think the follower count actually means all that much. It's the viewer count that's important. 38, not bad. Not bad. Thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the joy, Lance. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, is our noises coming through? Hang on. I think my audio cues might be off here, which is a little bit too bad. Why won't it let me doy? That's too bad. Oh no, they're there. It's just quiet. Hang on, I gotta update that. Thank you for the hat redeem. If I missed it, thank you for the hat redeem, Lance. Oh yeah, let's get that hat added to the stack. There it was. It's just quiet. One sec. Let me adjust my audio settings here. My volume mixer keeps doing weird stuff. Yeah, OBS. Look at this. For whatever reason, OBS sounds like to be super quiet. Well, let's crank those up. Let's crank those up. VLC's too loud. Why is VLC so... This does nothing. There it is. Oh, that's too loud. That's too loud. We're gonna turn that down. All right. Thank you so much for the hat redeem, Thindle. Let's get another hat added to the stack. Boom! There it is. There it is. Two nerdy nerds. Welcome back to the stream. Wear the rules, nerd hat proudly. It's true. It's true. Thank you so much for the hat redeem. I appreciate you. Holly Lucas. Holly Lucas, yeah. Thank you for following me. Today we got Holly Lucas, yeah. Following the captain's crew. Thank you so much for the follow, Holly Lucas. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Thank you for the nice. Oh my goodness, I made it way too loud. There we go. All right, so we have this add wounds here. And so player characters should add wounds is what we're going to add in here. So adding wounds, it adds like this effect here. Let's all add another one. Public static player character. Health might be the wrong word here. I want something, public static int. I want this idea of health or life points. What can we call this versus, so check it out. We have a health.
You in
this
the
is like
back.
your maximum
Pay
health. Maybe we call this max health. I think that, or base health. Base health. I think base health makes sense. Int here. We're gonna add in a method here called health. And it's gonna take into this player character and PC. And it's gonna return the health throw new not implemented exception. So these two things work together. So this is the amount of health a player character has. This is adds wounds to them, and we'll know if they're dead. It's hard. Maybe we should call it hard. What project management system are you using during Game Jam? Good question. We're using GitHub issues, and this design document, which we'll probably be adding in to GitHub issues there. We got, hang on 1 second. It's time to use my new blur feature. Someone sent me a message. We got a new blur feature here. Oh, there's no chat. The chat is empty. Never mind. There's just a person there. All right, never mind. We can turn that back off. Blur. 1 sec. I want to add give me a moment here. We're going to add to my stream deck. I want the blur button. I was going to change this 2x button. We're going to put this somewhere else. Take our 2x, put you there. Let's copy this. We're going to add in a blur button here. Blur. Blur. All right, so we have a blur button now. Boom. Blur. Blur. blur, 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 blur. Perfect. All right. Get the blur added. It's only for me, Royal C Dub. Nice try, blur, blur, blur. It's true. It's true. All right. So in our code here, adding wounds, and I learned this one from the Grumpy Game Dev. No, I was thinking I need to make it so moderators can do it, but that was blur, blur is the blur, 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 blur is the word. Gonna blur, blur, blur. It's true. It's true. All right. So theory. We're gonna do public void add wounds. Okay, so when we add wounds, we're gonna say int. We need to take in. So there's a bunch of setup we have to do here. We're gonna take in a player character. Character under test. Okay. We have to hang on this. We just added a new thing, so we have to add all kinds of stuff. .NET add reference dungeon crawler combat. Okay. Have a beautiful day, Royal. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a beautiful day. I hope to see you again real soon. All right, so we add that in there. It's gonna tell me I need to use this here. So this is going to be our player character. I'm going to call it PC. Player character. We want to have int wounds to add. I wonder, this is where I feel like having mock interfaces would be useful. So interface character card. We're gonna try this because I think it's gonna make my life better. Public string name. I have to write a little bit more, but you'll see here in a moment. Base health. Get. Technically, these all have public on them. 1 second. Int energy. Int armor. We're gonna end up changing all of these names, I bet. Int speed. These should all be base. 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 Character here is an I character card. Okay. And if we change these all to base. 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 It's happy. Here's why I'm doing this. Now this can be over an I player character. Like so. Hang on. Oh, I need an I player character. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need an I player character now. Public interface. Let's see if I'm about to write myself into a silly hole by doing this. Public I player character card. Public int wounds. Let's see if it'll let me do this. I'm curious. Public int exertion. All right, we're gonna make this an I player character. Yeah, I can't do this because this would have to be an I character card. Oh, this would be I character card. So then I'd have to do I character card here. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this. We're going to go with it just for now and see if I like it. Need an integration test. Game is fun. We'll have to add that. Royal C-Dub, we'll be back tomorrow for sure. I'll be back all this coming week, I believe, as well. All right, we're going to try the following. And we're going to try this and see if we like it. We may end up hating it and scrapping it for concrete types. The reason I want to have this is for... Is there any particularly good reason to have it? No, I don't think I actually... Hang on. I'm going to take it back. I think I'm going to take it back. The reason I was going to do it so I could do a shouldly implementation. But these will need... Yeah, I need it to have... Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's not get crazy. Int wounds to add. Int start health. Int base health. Here, I'm realizing I could do this without any of these things. Int wounds to add. Int expected health. Okay. Int expected health. And so I was going to do it this way. Player character, like this, and then I character card is equal to a should substitute dot for I character card like this, and then this is going to be a substitute dot for I player character. I think I'm overcomplicating things, which is pretty normal for me. Link Media, thank you so much for the follow. Have you met Link Media? LINQ Media. Thank you for following me today. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. And what I would do now here is I do player character dot add wounds. We're going to add in wounds to add. And then we're going to do player character dot health. Can I do a health here like that? No. Dot should be should be expected health like this. So we're gonna have a base health. We're gonna have an expected health. We're gonna pass all these things in. But on my player character dot card should be character card. I can't do this. See, I'd have to have a get and a set possible there. Cannot be assigned. It's read only, right? So this is why this doesn't make sense. Or one of the reasons I'd have to suddenly have a get on these. All right, so we're going to go back to just the raw data type here. I just don't like that I have to explicitly specify all of these values in the test. It's okay. It'll be okay. Player character. It's going to be our player character like this. Now instead, though, I'm going to do a player character like this. Player character. I have to make a character card. And the only property I actually care about, name. Ooh, I could do this. Public static read only default character card new, and we'll just give it a default. I like this 10. We're at 10 4 1 and 4. Okay, so our default character like that. Yeah, so there's something really interesting here adding wounds. So I'm realizing my commands aren't quite right here. This will be our default character with base health equal to, and then we'll do base health. So the health that we're going to set there. And then our player character is going to be a new player character, new, with our card 0 0 like this. Perfect. So now we do player character add wounds. Player character should be. So in my test, I'd set my base health to 10. If we give them 4 wounds, we expect them to be 6. Inline data. If they have 12 and they take 2, we'd expect them to be 10. If we have 7 and we take 3, we expect them to be 4. Okay. So just thinking through how this will work here. I'm wondering if we can do public static read only player character default player character. No, because we'd need, can I do default character, comma 0 0? Can do that. All right, so now this will be our default player character with card equals a card. Could do that as well. I think this other version reads a little bit better. Maybe. Maybe it does. All right, so we have this, we have that. This test will fail. And then we'll write the implementation for it here. I want to be able to reuse this after the jam. So I have time right now. I feel pretty confident I can finish this combat system by tomorrow. And then we have all of the game logic mechanics done, and it's about wiring it up with the interface. So we have 3 failing tests. This one here, hang on, this should be our new character, player, character, actual. And so our actual here should have this value. So this is what the actual character coming through is. Yeah. So then in our character card here, add wounds is going to return a player character, return PC with wounds equal to pc.wounds plus wounds. Pretty simple there. We just increase the wounds and get that back. And then the health here is going to be our pc.card.base health minus pc.wounds. So this is how much health they have remaining. And we'll probably end up adding in ability to have items that increase your health, and we'll have to add in operations to manage that as well. All right, so this is all we have to do. Pass on, get, add. Let's do a .NET format here. Make sure all of our stuff still feels good. Why are there so many changes? It's because every time I make changes, these things get adjusted. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm wondering... I wonder... I need to do some tests here to see if just having the metadata is enough, and if I don't have to add these. How big are these files? Because these change way too often. I don't quite understand. I didn't modify any code related to these, but they still get regenerated. Maybe it's because I updated my solution. That's probably what it is. All right, let's keep going. We're gonna go ahead and add these in here. Get add. It's not gonna add these DLLs. We'll keep those. We'll add those. Let's add them real quick. Get commit -m feature player character should add wounds. Okay, so we can add wounds to the player character. Okay. So now the player character, we want to be able to report whether or not the player character is dead. Static bool is dead. This player character PC. And we're going to do pc.health less than or equal to 0. We don't have to do it just yet like this, but let's go ahead and add it. Let's do a, I'm going to put a 0 here for now. Or I'll add in a throw, new, not implemented. These are the types of tests that make me feel like testing it. If you've been over this already, but how are you interpreting the theme this year? Got a plan already? Let me ask, Zuper Dan, are you here? I don't want to spoil anything for Zuper Dan. We have something. Zuper Dan, are you here? I don't want to spoil it for you. We have chosen Cosmic Horror as our theme. We've chosen Cosmic Horror as our thing. Okay, so Cosmic Horror is our theme. Zuper Dan's not here, so I'm going to tell you, here's our premise. We've chosen Cosmic Horror. Zuper Dan is the host of the, just some context, Zuper Dan is the host of the Game Jam. He's a Dungeon Crawler junkie. He wears an IKEA hat. Okay, these are all facts and reality. Context, facts about reality. Okay, so these are things in reality, not in game. These are true facts. Zuper Dan is a host again. He's a Dungeon Crawler junkie. He wears an IKEA hat. So here's our premise. Zuperdan, you control Zuperdan. Zuperdan wakes up dazed and confused. Where am I? The last thing he remembers was playing hundreds of entries for Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. He must have blacked out. Where am I? And why can't I take off this stupid hat? Zuperdan is wearing a cursed IKEA hat stuck on his head. Turns out Zuperdan finished rating all the games, but his thirst for dungeon crawlers was not quenched. It was too great. In an attempt to satisfy his hunger, he made a pact with the cosmic horror IKEA in exchange for the power to create the ultimate dungeon crawler, which he is now trapped in. So you take on the role of Zuperdan. You're inside of a dungeon that you have constructed yourself. So you actually made this in your days after playing hundreds of dungeon crawlers. You've now created a game here, and you have a pact with the cosmic horror IKEA. So cosmic horror here. So that's the premise. All right, so the first part, Act 1, Zuperdan's Awakening. This is the tutorial. You learn all of the game mechanics here. Act 2 is sort of the main part of the game. As you move around, you start discovering, hey, I made all this stuff. There's no such thing as an ultimate dungeon crawler. Each dungeon crawler is unique in its own way. It's like a snowflake. He decides he must free himself from IKEA and break his pact. He learns that IKEA's power is provided by Swedish meatballs. So throughout the dungeon, there's Swedish meatballs. You must find and destroy the Swedish meatballs. So IKEA is too powerful. So you have to destroy the Swedish meatballs first. After you destroy the final meatball, IKEA is weakened and can now be defeated. So that's sort of the story in 3 acts. Act 1, Zuperdan wakes up. Act 2, Zuperdan must destroy the meatballs. Meatball Destroyer. Zuperdan, the Meatball Destroyer. And then the last one, defeat IKEA and escape. This feels like the premise for a quadruple A game. Crimino Loden. Yeah, so don't tell Zuperdan though. It's a secret. It's a secret. So it's got to be a surprise for Zuperdan. But yeah, I'm working on the combat system right now. We have the crawler part finished. We have a crawler so you can move around in the game like this. We have a map there. There's a lot to be getting lost in IKEA's realm in there somewhere. Yeah, so that's the general premise. We have a lot of room for freedom there. Crimino Loden, welcome to the stream. Des Z Dev. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Des Z Dev. My favorite recommendation is the C# Player's Guide out of those options. Fantastic book. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. For anyone who's new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. And me is a computer science educator. My full-time job, my dream job. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. I absolutely love it. This stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. And that's what we're doing here today. We're working on Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. And we're building out our combat system right now. All right, player character should be dead. Okay. And we also want public void not be dead. Like that. Risky Biscuit, welcome back. No problem. We love raiding you. Risky Biscuit, how you doing on this beautiful Saturday? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, so int base health, int wounds. This is all that matters. Base health and wounds must be equal. So we'll have base health and wounds to a variety of things. Theory, inline, data. This just be 5, 5. Really, it's the same. Base health. We're dead if our base health and wounds are equal. Base health, 8, 9. So we can just do a couple here like this. Be dead, also most powerful spell in Dungeons and Dragons. True. There is just a death spell, right? And then you have to make like a, I think probably a Constitution saving throw. I don't know what type of saving throw you'd have to make. Inline, not be dead, int base health, int wounds, int here 5, 4, 8, 0, 9, 2. These are all examples of times when you would not be dead. Alejo, Alejo. So glad to have you today. So here we go. We'll make our base character here like this. Default character, base health, and then the number of wounds we have will be our base. I think I could do this even. Wounds equals base health. All right, like that. Okay, and then we'll do player character dot is dead should be true, like that. And then same thing down here. We could call this should be true. We'll call this under test, like that. We're going to duplicate this one down here. And in this one, we want our wounds to be equal to wounds. This one should be false, like that. This is where like code generation, like generated test would be super useful. And we could just like write a thing that says, well, as long as the base health is this way, .NET test, our test will fail. And then I believe all we got to do is add this implementation here. Like this, and then I believe this will pass. Crimino load in. I got a question. Based on your experience, which engine would you recommend in 2024 for someone who wants to get into game making, mainly 2D, prefer something that eventually can handle bigger game? Eventually, having a hard learning curve is problem if it's better down the line. I think there's a lot of great game engines for doing 2D game development. I can only speak about my own personal experience. I really only have experience using Unity. I think Unity is a pretty good tool. Some people, aren't a fan of the pricing model. And there's some good reasons for that, but that's okay. Godot is a great alternative. I've used Godot very little, so I can't speak too much to the differences between the two. And then Game Maker is actually another option that for making 2D games that what I would say is maybe a little less versatile, but really, I mean, Pirate Software, Thor makes some good points in that you really should, so Thor always says, and I think this is true, design your game, pick a game engine, and then pick a language. So it's hard to choose a game engine without knowing your game ahead of time. That said, if you're just wanting to learn general game development, what I would say is make a small design document for a game like the one we have here, where it describes all the interactions. What do the players do? What are the screens going to look like? What are the inputs? Use that to guide you into a 2D game. Godot would be a fine option. Unity would be a fine option. Unreal might be a little bit trickier. I've heard it's harder to do 2D games in Unreal. Game Maker might be a good option. One of the things that's really nice about Game Maker, and I haven't used it that much, I used it in a class once. Free for non-commercial. Is that true? I believe there's the with more options, making options Game Maker will be free for non-commercial. Yeah. So you can use Game Maker for free if you're not selling your game. So this is an option. And then I believe their license is $100 one-time fee and then you own it. So that's the other thing, is Game Maker is probably the cheapest option of commercial products. Godot is cheaper in that it's completely free. So I'm a big fan of Unity. I would probably go with Unity, but go with Godot as well is another great option. I'm also just a C# nerd, so I can't get over that right now. I chose my language first, and so there's a little bit of a challenge there. Let me also say, I've only been doing game dev for about 1.5 years, 2 years. I've really only been, for a little bit more than a year is how much I've been doing game dev. I've been programming much longer than that. All right, so our is dead here. .NET format. Bump. Okay. Get status. Get at. See, it did change these. Okay, I need to make sure. I hate that. That is so weird that these change. This is it drives me nuts. These should not be changing. I need to try something. All right, we need to try something. We shouldn't be doing these files. I think need to not be, but the metadata needs to be part of the get ignore. Let me git add, git status, git commit, feat player character should be dead, not dead. All right. Down the line, it feels like a bit like pick the engine I feel good working in and stick with it. Eh? Yeah, Crimino, that's sort of what happens. I know a lot of people say, well, I can't, I've learned Unity so well, it doesn't make sense to switch engines. So what I will say is that Unity is a general purpose game engine. It does both 2D, it does 2D, it does 3D, it does VR, it does mobile, it does all kinds of different platforms. It's pretty well established. The scary part about Unity is they're not making any money currently, so their business model doesn't work. That is the thing that is the scariest part about Unity, is their business model does not work. And so I don't think Unity is going anywhere. I think that they have enough user in their user base that Unity is not going to like disappear anytime soon, but they have to figure out how to make money. That's really what it comes down to. And that is a little bit of a scary thing. So they may stop supporting. There may be less support where you might have to buy a license in the future. That's one of the things that people were so upset about last year. And they kind of, people feel like they did it in kind of a sleazy way. I think they're, maybe they did. I think people are just not as smart as they think they are. And they announced this thing thinking it would be good. I don't know. Look, I wasn't there. Maybe I just think too much about, maybe I give people too much credit. Dramilk says they need to take 2.5% rev share and get all the sweet gotcha game money. It's true. I wonder how successful Unreal Engine would be if it wasn't attached to a studio that is raking in millions in games and store sakes. Yeah, I don't know, Risky. That's a good question. That said, Godot is open source. It's free. You can use it forever without repercussion. With that said, though, I do think that, I don't know. I haven't used Godot enough. I can't speak to it. I was going to say it probably is slower development, but I don't know if that's true. Okay. I want to, these need to not be getting re-added every time. So I think these need to actually, DC Jam, hang on. We're going to try something real quick. We're going to try cloning the project and seeing if, we're going to try something. All right, I'm going to make a new folder. We're going to re-clone this repository. And make sure it loads properly in Unity. There's a issue where this doesn't load properly in Unity. Git clone. When you first check it out, all of the project files aren't linked properly. And I think it's related to the metadata not being saved properly. And I think if I check out the branch I'm on here, 102 Combat System, check out 102 Combat System, that it will work in Unity. Let's try adding this in a project from Unity Hub just to check out add from disk. This is in our temp folder, dungeon crawler here. Okay, let's try this. Feels like a lot of things are missing from this folder. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with there. Am I not using the correct? We're going to find out in a second what's going on. Here. If I missed something in the chat, let me know. Let's see here. Let's try and get caught up. Tuner says, the simplicity and lightweight quality of Godot helped me not get overwhelmed and burnt out. Community is super welcome and also do recommend giving it a go. I have really loved the times I have used Godot. I've really loved it. Their C# support. This is why I say I've chosen my language first, which is not, if I was doing like true game development, I probably wouldn't do that. I want to be programming in C#. Not everyone cares that much about the language. And so that has sort of guided me to Unity. And I feel like I have good reasons for using C#. The main one is I teach C# at my school. And I want to have that be a lead in there. Red Merge, short, yeah, exactly. Bad business model. Okay, so let's see here. Is the assembly missing or incompatible? So we're missing that. What I want to see though is there's some issues here. We're missing TextMesh Pro. Which is interesting. One second. Where do I have TextMesh Pro in my actual project?
I got that fix. Whoa.
Thank you, Dramulx, for the dopamine. Sidran, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Clinton Who, thank you for the follow. Clinton Who, how are you? How are you on this beautiful day? Clinton Who, thank you for following me. Clinton Who, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you're here with us on this beautiful day. Sidran with the follow. Have you met Sidran? They have followed me today. You know, Sidran, you're cool, you're great, you're grand, and I appreciate you. Sidran, thank you so much for the follow. It's okay if you unfollowed and refollowed just to get that song. It's okay. If you unfollowed and refollowed just for a song, know that you're not alone. That's what they all do. That's what they're all doing. Yeah, I'm not including my library or something. Let's not reload that scene. One second. Where is TextMesh Pro here? Here we have in our assets, in our dependencies, we don't have TextMesh Pro here. It's part of our library. Something super strange is happening with our Unity git ignore, I think. I'm just kidding, Sidran. I'm sorry if that came through. I was just joking. I just think I never followed, but you're always showing up under recommended channels. Sidran, I'm so sorry. I hope that you know that I was poking fun at you. I hope that was just a joke. I didn't. Sorry if it was offensive. There are many people here that unfollow and then refollow just for a song. So I apologize. Okay, good. I didn't want to. Sometimes have you ever put a foot in your mouth? I do that sometimes, and it's usually my own foot. The text, I think we have a bad CD, DC, Jam, Unity, code, git, ignore. I think we have a bad git ignore. No. Get latest here. Let's go get the latest one. They do want us to keep the library out. 3 years ago. Yeah, it hasn't been modified. Why does TextMesh Pro not import properly? Here. Assembly assets will not load due to errors. Unable to resolve reference Unity TextMesh Pro. And is the assembly missing with the current platform? It's not. I wonder. There it is. It's down here. In our temp directory, if I do a rebuild here, will it copy the new ones over? So I want to figure out how to make it so that we can get these in there. We still want the metadata. All right, let's go back here now. Reload, and hopefully, maybe I should hit clear. No, it's still gone. Unable to resolve Unity TextMesh Pro in the assembly missing or incompatible. Reference method can be disabled in plugin inspector. It's incompatible. Unity engine.ui. It's saying that I'm missing some packages. TextMesh Pro. That is weird. Okay, let's install this. Sidran, you're almost there. You're almost there. Redmer, thank you for the googlies. You're so close, Sidran. Sidran, just a few more points. Just a few more points and you'll be there. Two nerdy nerds, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat added to this stack. Boom. We're 3 hats deep. 3 hat deep, just a few more. You're almost there. You know, you guys can share points too. Maybe you guys could somehow combine your points for it. If all of you took all your points, put them together, maybe you could afford it. The points give command gets, okay. So now it compiled. So my question is, do we lose all the references here? I wonder, okay, so let's try this. Yeah, we end up, here is the problem that I'm having is player view. Oh, is this nothing? Controllers, crawling mode controller. Okay, this worked. This worked. We lost some prefab references. Okay, so let's delete this project. Oh, not here. That's not what we want. We want to delete them here. Remove RF Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. Let's come back here. Well, you'll be just sharing a picture of it. You'll have to look. Maybe if you get enough points, you'll find out. Red Mur, does that sound like something I would do? Does that sound? I'm asking you. Does it sound like something I would do? Life in the Dremels, life in the terminal, / / ... That's how you navigate things. Isn't it easier than clicking that back button, the up button? Thank you for the sush, Redmer. All right, so I was gonna come in here. Did I close that window? I did. Okay, we want to do. It's interesting that Text Mesh Pro. It is installed. Why? Let's do an update here. This is not getting added properly. Yeah, there's something super weird here. It's because I'm doing all this kind of hacky stuff. What I consider hacky. Let's see if this updates my registry. I think it might be. Yeah, look, it's not being included there. For some reason. Or that didn't modify it. Oh, is Unity modifying these? You know, it might be Unity rewriting these or something. The packages. The manifest here. Git add. Let's see if it's being ignored somehow. This is being ignored. The files of path are ignored by one of your git ignore files. Something terrible is happening here. Which git ignore is ignoring this? Is there one in my root directory? Oh, found it. I found you. This is what's causing all of my problems. This should be in my solution folder. There it is. There it is. That's what was going on. Well, we need to do a little bit, but we need to do one here and get ignore. Yeah, I'm glad I finally. I've been wanting to do this for a little bit. All right, these should be here though. Wow, yeah, look at all the files that I was missing. We want to ignore VS Code as well. But we still have... Yeah, there's a lot of stuff missing. Okay. I should probably be on a different git status, git add, git commit -m, sure, move, git config, move ms git config to solution. There we go. This should hopefully fix this issue. All right, let's come back to Unity Hub. I thought something really weird was going on. We're going to move from project lists. We're going to have to re-add it. Let's go back to our temp directory and we're going to re-clone our repository. Copy. Risky Biscuit, thank you so much for helping with that ad. Risky Biscuit Games, 125 points. Thank you so much for your assistance. So let's oh, nope, I need to change into Dungeon Crawler Jam. Git check out 102 combat system. We'll have to do like, it probably shouldn't have put it on this branch. We'll do a quick merge into main and then come back to the combat branch here. All right, now I should have known when it loaded so fast that something had really gone wrong there. Well, I guess I knew something was not working right. There we go. Now it has the project setting full. This looks closer. All right. Come on. Because now I have people working with me on this project. And if they wanted to check this project out, load it up on their computer and play with it, it would not work for them. But now we're going to go in here. It's going to take a lot longer to load, I think, this time. While this is loading, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get myself an Earl Grey tea. I'm going to get myself a little bit more water, but we're going to come back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. So hang tight, everybody. I shall return. All right, everybody, we're back, and it seems to be working. All my scripts are still attached. Let's see if we can run it and not have anything terrible happen. It rebuilt because the library could not be found. There it goes. All right. The answer is yes. It does seem to work. Let's go check this. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Quite happy with that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. With that working, there's one last little thing I want to try. It did take a while to build. We're going to have to do it one more time, so you might have to stick around and watch while that happens. There's one last thing I want to check if we can do, and that is, can we ignore the DLL? So we don't want them to be rewriting themselves all the time. We don't want them to have to be updating all the time. So every time I think if I go into Unity here, every time we recompile here, let's try something. Let's do a .NET build, CD solution, .NET build. When I do this, it builds my libraries, puts them in my Unity project. Let's see if they change. The build shouldn't modify. See, the build is making new ones, even though no code has changed, which is, I don't understand why this is happening. I don't want it to copy things that have not changed. I've already put in my build here. So if I do CS proj, for example, if I come over to this here, I do have a flag that says skip unchanged files. But so it thinks that the files are different somehow. And my guess is that Unity is modifying them. Because now if I come over to Unity, Unity has to rebuild. And it would be great if we didn't. There's a couple things. I only want to move if source code has changed. So are these files actually different? So I click over here and it reloads. The question is, do those change? I wonder if Unity's changing them somehow. The other option would be to say, oh, well, let's go ahead and ignore this dependencies folder. Or the DLLs inside of them. Don't add these ones. So we're going to add these specific ones in there. And then we only basically have to build the project. So let's come back here. If I do another build, do they change again? They don't. They don't. So I don't understand this. I also think Git might be doing it. Git add. Git might be Git add. So Git marks them. .NET build. And then if I build them, do we get something going on here? So I just want to test. Let's make a test branch. Git checkout b test branch. Commit -m chore test committing. So if I commit them, and now I do a build. Yes, that is what's doing it. Git is modifying them. When I do a commit, it actually like does a touch on them, I believe, that resets the date, because the skip unchanged files get bad in this case. Unchanged files, it only does it if the timestamp is different and the file has different contents, or I'd want it to ignore the timestamp difference. It like checks the size and the timestamp. And so I don't know if there's a good way to do this. So I don't want it to be doing it over and over and over. I'm wondering if this Wondering, it's not doing a... I wonder how much space this is taking up when I do this. Binary is unsupported. Yeah, I'm wondering... Like the JSON, the package JSON, yeah, it's really annoying. Really annoying. I'm just gonna keep going with it for now because this fixes a problem. Git stash, git reset hard. Git branch. Let's just go back to our 102 here. Git branch delete test. Oh, checkout 102. There we go. I did the wrong thing. Git branch delete test. I'm sure I want to delete it. All right, I want to do a branch. I'll get checkout B. Muniz beat you here today, Dramulk. So Muniz's points are superior at this point. He's got a head start on you. Fix Unity build issue. All right. And we're going to go ahead and push this up. And we'll do a merge. We'll get this into main first, then we're going to keep working on our combat system separately. Captain Anosa, I'm having a beautiful day. I hope you're having a beautiful day too. Captain Anosa, how the heck are you doing? I'm going to do a pull request here. Fix Unity build issues. Fixes, and I believe this was like number 86. Fixes and closes number 86. Okay. I wanted to get this in because it touched so many different files when we did this. So I wanted to get this in as a separate one. Yeah. Let's hang on a second. Congratulations on number 13, Captain No. So that's pretty awesome. Happy Saturday. I hope you had a good week. I hope you're having a beautiful weekend. And I hope you're doing something fun or relaxing or at least enjoyable this weekend. Congratulations on number 14, Risky Biscuit. You gotta get those bonus points. Easy peasy. Exclamation point here. Get those bonus points. All right. Waiting for it to build, waiting for the test to pass so that we can merge it in. Make sure nothing terrible has happened here. Beautiful. All right. A little refresh here. Oh, it's still sending that. I had to boot up a second little thing. Okay. There we go. All right, we're going to merge this in. Merge. I know you don't make much from Twitch, but I do want a multiple streams of income. I just don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. Putting all your eggs in one basket can be challenging. I have a few different sources of income myself. Get checkout main. Get pull. Get branch. Unity's going to be unhappy about this. So as long as I don't do commits, it seems. Fix that. All right, get checkout 102. We'll do a merge from main, get merge main. All right, did all the mechanical things necessary to get to a good spot here. It's going to push that up. Is Discord membership your replacement for not being a Twitch affiliate? I think only like 4 people are Discord members. We have a couple people on Ko-fi, and you can also sponsor on GitHub if you want to. That said, I think you have, you're welcome to do so. I don't want to say that you shouldn't, but what I will say is there's probably better places to spend your money. I don't need the money. I'm not hurting for money. That said, if you like my content enough to become a member, I would love to have you aboard. That's all I'm saying. I'm not doing that. I have a full-time job that pays me just fine. I have other sources of income. I'm not currently trying to monetize my stream. Let me put it that way. But you're welcome. Some people bugged me a bunch to monetize it a little bit, and so I went ahead and did that. And there are a few minor perks. Yeah, there are a few minor perks that you get if you have a membership. I think the main ones, let's go look at it real quick on Ko-fi. I think the main one is you do, oh yeah, here it is. So you get a supporter role on Discord, and we'll make a custom chat command for you on Twitch. So you get to create a command that you want. It can be anything you want. If you do you get 10% off merch. Silly, I don't have any merch really. I will let you add a video clip to a chat command on Twitch if you do this one. So not much. Chalibu, wow, welcome back to the stream. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. But yeah, there's some minor little benefits. That said, I think I only have like 10 people doing this. I don't need it. I want my custom command kept. Claim my 1,000 points daily, just me, Dramulks. There's the Dramulks command. Pay to win. Ooh, what I could do is I could add in, that's a hilarious idea, add in 2x points. What do you guys think of that? 1.2x. We can make increased channel points. Ooh, what do we got here? Someone over on, it doesn't come through on my chat. New Ko-fi contributor dungeoncrawlers.org. Holy cannoli. I can only assume that's Zuperdan or someone. Thank you so much for the subscription on Ko-fi. I appreciate you very much. Zuperdan, I love you, my friend. You're like Santa Claus to me because Zuperdan, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if I've said it 10,000 times, probably, but I've been, ever since the end of last year's jam, all I've been doing is thinking about this jam for a whole year. I've been doing some other stuff, but I've been anticipating this for a whole year. I was so sad when you didn't do the one in October, because I know you were, or whatever, you were planning to do a second one in the fall, and it fell through. I was like, oh no, my life, I have to wait even longer. But yeah, I'm obsessed with Dungeon Crawlers. We got a game design document, but I don't want to show it to you because I know you don't like spoilers. So I'll do my best not to spoil anything, but we are building a combat system. The retro restricted one is so cool. 6 months though. Okay, gotcha. Aries says, I lost my first income. I'm sorry, that's rough. This is why I have to find ways to make income from being my own boss. What I will say is, from what I understand, and I don't make any money, I make very little money from Twitch. I teach lessons. So, I do teach lessons. So I do get people from Twitch who sign up for lessons, but it's a service I provide. From what I understand, you make very little money. It's hard to make much money on Twitch. You'll make less than minimum wage. That said, if you treat it as a hobby, making a little bit of income from a hobby can be a great. All right, so we're going to continue working on our combat system here. Zuperdan, I'm a crazy person. I'm writing unit tests. Does not make you money. So that, content creators, it's hard to make money. More Jovsky, thank you so much for the follow. More Jovsky. I would like to welcome you to the stream now. More Jovsky. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy your stay today. Welcome, more Jovsky. Thank you so much for following me. You have time for new tests? I'll give you less time next year, I know. Well, Zuperdan, the system I'm implementing, I want to be able to reuse it. We probably won't have time for unit tests. Once I get into, we'll see. The answer is I probably actually don't have time for unit tests. One second. We're going to change this to player character. Morjonsky, thank you so much for the follow. No, thank you. Look, even if you're in the 0.1%, right? What is that? Twitch tracker, the Captain Coder. What percentile am I in? Okay, I'm not in the 0.1%. I'm not in the 0.1% here. I'm pretty sure I would only be making a few $100s a month if I had monetized my stream. I'm pretty sure I'd only make a few $100s a month. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong there. So yeah, you need a lot. You need a lot. 0.01% is probably more like it. All right, so we have a character card. Then the actual player character has the wounds and exertion on them. So when they exert it, so same thing with exertion. We'll have public static player character add exert. Add exertion. This player character PC int exertion. New throw new not implemented exception. We're gonna do this just for now. It makes me feel like I'm making more progress than I am. Actually, when I do this on stream, I feel like I have to. If I feel like on stream I write so many bugs that if I'm not unit testing while writing stream, add excitement for when you get a good item. Yeah, add excitement. That's a good idea. Public static int energy. This player character PC. Like that. Throw new not implemented exception. Yeah, we'll write some things so the controller for our game is gonna control whether or not we can do some of these things. All right, let's go over to our player character should, and we'll add in a few more tests here. It's funny because these are going to be basically identical tests for now, but we could end up making changes to them. Public void add exertion int base energy int exertion to add int expected energy energy like this. I'm going to steal these. These should be int. All right. 4 3 7 1 3 5. We should have 3 0 2. Streaming is super fun when it's a hobby. That's why look, anytime I'm feeling stressed out, yeah. Base energy. Streaming can stress you out too. Add exertion energy should be expected energy exertion to add like that. .NET test. Oh, that's good. That Earl Grey is good. I need a little plate here. I'm just going to put my tea bag into this other cup. There we go. All right, we fail. And then this is relatively simple. We're going to do PC with exertion equal to PC.exertion plus exertion. Like that. Computer science is gonna be your main source of income. That's my main source. I guess teaching computer science and programming is my main source. Okay, this is why I wrote a test though. Oh, because I haven't finished energy here. Right. PC.card.base health minus PC.exertion. That should do it. Maybe not. Base. See, look at this. Look at this bug I just wrote. Look at this bug. This bug I just wrote. It's an obvious bug, but I still wrote it. because autocomplete got me. Autocomplete got me. Unit test saving me. I would have found that later, but it probably would have been in an interface somewhere. Get command-m feat. Character should have energy. There we go. Let's keep going here. We have energy. We have armor. We can't adjust our speed. Yeah, so we can do these things. Okay. Maybe it should be called get energy. I'm not sure. Energy, health, is dead, exertion, add wounds. This feels pretty good for a player character. Now we need to add in a combat grid. Let's create a folder. Player character. I'm just going to move you in. Maybe we don't need to have a separate folder for you, actually. Sometimes I start doing things before I need to. Let's go with our combat controller and start thinking about what does our combat controller need. This is the thing that navigates and controls combat. What are the actions we can take to do things? I'm going to blur this for Zuperdan just for a second. I want to look over here. Yeah, no spoilers coming through here. All right. Oh, wrong button. No spoilers on this screen. Okay. Our combat view. It's played on a grid. And these are the different actions that the player can make. So we have an attack, we have a move, attack, rest, and guard. These are the things we can move. We have a player character. So they need to be able to be in one of these states, normal, rest, or guard state. So let's add in to our player character. It's going to be an enumerated type, public enum. Character state. Okay. So a character can be in a normal state, it can be in a guard state, or they can be in the rest state. These are the things that the state the player can be in. And so we want our player character to have a state as well. And what I think I'm going to do, I guess we could do it this way. Character state. State. We'll do it this way. It's going to break some stuff. We're adding new things here. So we have to go through. And this is why I wrote it this. This is why I wanted to have the default character player. So I could have just one spot to do it. I could also add a default constructor. That could be, let's do a public static player character default get. It's going to be equal to a new with left out in a default character card. Public static character card default. Record is just a simple version of a class. It provides a bunch of free things. Unnamed. I'll show you in a second. You can think of it as a read-only class. 10403. Here. Nikki, be hobbying. Always hobbying around, you know, 'cause you're Nikki, the greatest. Nikki's the greatest hobbyist. Nikki, thank you so much for the raid, folks. You guys know Nikki be hobbying. He be hobbying, he be coding, he be making a card game. Are you making a card game? No, you're making a fantasy game. You use a card game. You use like a tool that's like a card controller. Sorry, you're not making a card game. You're making a cool game, though. Beautiful pix artist. All kinds of good stuff. Nikki B, what were you working on? If you got a raid and run, no worries, my friend. Welcome to the stream. So glad of you to be here. Thank you for bringing your crew. There's some... Okay, they're card mechanics. I knew there was something about cards in there. Aries asked, Captain, do you think it's possible to do HVAC and the morning? What is HVAC streaming? And I get off and do coding at night. I think it's possible. Do you think it's possible to do HVAC? So HVAC is like, do you mean like heating, ventilation, and cooling? Is that what HVAC means in this case? I'm sorry, I don't think that's what you mean. So is it possible to do HVAC and the morning? And are you saying and stream in the mornings when I get off, or stream when I get off and do coding at night? I think it's possible. Yeah, it's all about balance. It's about balance. So I do my hobby programming in the morning before my stream. Oh, sorry, in the morning. And I used to do that even before I streamed. I just started streaming at the same time I was already doing that thing. Nikki says, I will be running in a few, but overall I implemented Customize Your Night and worked on tweaking the UI a bit. Awesome. Nikki B, if you want to post some links, feel free to send some links. We might take a look at it. But yeah, I'd love to see what you've been working on. So it's going to be our card. Wounds, 0, character state.normal. This is the default version. Character card.default. Okay. So we can have the default player cards. That way I don't have to do all of this stuff here. So we're going to just go with character card. And really now I can just do player character.default like this. All right, just a little bit of refactoring. Hang on, I messed something up. Yeah, so I have to do this. Player character.default. Sorry, player character.default. Or you know what? I think I want to just add in a default constructor here. And then we can do an init on these. Right. Public character card default constructor goes to this unnamed 10 4 0 4. So I'm going to want to construct these. Thank you for the link. Fun thought experiment. When should we use a record and when should we use a struct? I don't think there's too much of a thought experiment there. A struct, there's guidelines for when you should do it. A struct. Give me a second here. I'm going to focus and then we can talk about it because I do think there are some times. Can I do a new character card here? I'm going to see if it'll let me pass this in 0 character not normal. Yeah, it does let me do that. So we have a default constructor. Okay. So the reason I want the default constructor is so I can do the following. I want to be able to do the font. I want to be able to do, let's undo this until we get back to where we were. Okay. Keep going. Y character, player character. Is this at .NET build? Hang on, is this are these real errors? Oh, there's no default. Hang on. All right. Oh, it doesn't correspond to state. Okay, I wanted to be able to do this. We can do new, and then we can say state. Sorry, here the important part that we care about is that our card is equal to card. This is what we care about. And here we're doing a new, and what we care about is our base health is equal to base health. Like this. I'm gonna get rid of these. Yeah, this is what I want. Do I need this? I do need the parentheses. All right. This becomes a new base energy equals base energy. Sorry, Nikki B, we're gonna take a look in just a second. Thank you for your patience. a new card. I was right in the middle of a weird refactor there. There we go. This is why refactoring your interface is painful. Let's do this. Wounds equals base health. Under test. Not be dead. Wounds is equal to wounds. Okay. Let's make sure all our tests are still passing. And we can go fix them. Nikki B, have a beautiful day. All right, folks, if you guys don't know Nikki B, be sure to give him some love. Let's check out what you've been wearing. The video of the prototype character creation. It's forcing me to download it. See if this messes up my VLC. It doesn't. All right. Oh, nice little menu you got going in here. You're working in, if Nikki B, if you're still there, you're working in Godot, I believe. Is that true? Oh, this looks awesome. I love the styling here. Thank you so much for sharing it. All right. So, Risky Biscuit asked, what is a record? Sharplab.io. A record is shorthand for defining a class. So when we create a class, the code compiles from this code to this code. It's like very explicit. You're saying, well, I want my class, I want there to be a method M. If I do record, public record, C int X. All right, let's say I want to create a public record here that has, let's call it point. Okay. What are you complaining about? There we go. When I do record, when it compiles, I get a bunch of stuff for free. So here's the compiled version. A record compiles into a class that is equatable with itself, is going to get a constructor that accepts the arguments here and provides a read-only interface to it. So I end up with an X here. Okay. Tuber Tugger, thank you so much for the hat redeem. Let's add that hat to the stack. Boom, get a stack started. Tuber Tugger, welcome back to the stream. So we get this property added free for us with a backing field, and it's read-only. So it has a get and an init automatically generated for us. Okay. It also has a built-in toString, so you don't have to define a toString. It has equality operators defined for it. It is also something that can be used in a dictionary, so you get hash code and equals for free, as well as deconstructor. So those are sort of the important things that a record does. These are, you often want to write classes that have all of these things if it's a read-only class. And so when you do it as a record, you get all of this stuff essentially for free, right? So it's very, very common. Records do rock. They're awesome. And then if you want to, you can do a record struct as well. And then you'll get the struct version rather than a class version. Yeah. So records are super cool. Super useful. They are read only. So if you have an immutable data type, you might want to make it a record. What is the difference between a record and a record struct? The record struct, a record is a class. A record is a class, and a record struct is a struct. That's the difference. So it has to do with it being a reference value or a reference type or a value type. That's the difference. And then Captain Nos says, when should we use a record and when should we use a struct? It turns out that I'm gonna record struct, I think is what you're saying. When should we use a record and when should we use a record struct? So are you asking when should we use a class and when should we use a struct, or when should we use a record and when should we use a struct? Because those are kind of different questions. Just to clarify, I think that we should use structs if we have a very small set of data. So like if this was, record struct, yeah. So class, if I just had these, I would probably make this a struct. This becomes copy by value. Strut. We got to strut it. Crimino. We got that record strut. You know, that record strut. Strut it up. Okay, so our player character has a character state, which is beautiful. Easy. We actually don't have to do much with that. So we have a character state now. I'm just thinking about the combat controller. The character state lets us do some different things in there. So we can move. During the character phase, the player spends action points. So a player character needs to have action points on them as well. You'll notice this is starting to get kind of long. So we have wounds, we have exertions, we have state, we have action points. It's getting kind of hard to construct this thing a little bit. Int action points. Like this. Part of me is this is our like combat player characters. The player character in combat has action points. Kovalaki, welcome aboard. Welcome to the stream today. Kovalaki, hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome back. Great to see you, my friend. So wonderful to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. So I want to consider this. When records start to have too many parameters, how do you solve that? What's your common approach? So records are a very functional programming concept. Something that we could do so that I want action points. It's just that I don't want them in the constructor. You'll notice I created this player character constructor here to simplify it a little bit. We're going to require a character card like this. Let me show you my solution. I'm going to now explicitly define these. Int wounds get init. So I can move this down here. The question is, can I still get... Yeah, we still get this syntax. So I can move them out of the constructor, and you get all of the benefits of them by doing this. Public int exertion. I believe this is true. Let's test it out. Let's find out. Wounds by default is going to be 0. Exertion by default is going to be 0. Yeah, Bo Christensen, go check it out. There's a link to it. Dungeon Crawler Jam number 4. Or 2024. This is the 5th one, I believe. Public character state. State. So I believe I can do this. Equals character state.normal. So I can define the default. So now they're not required in the constructor. Okay. And what I could do is just say, well, we still need a character card. Now I could get rid of this and say, you know what? I don't need this control, and I'm going to leave it here because I've done some stuff with it. We just create a default character like this. I want to make sure my toString is still going to do what I want. So I'm going to go into a temp directory real quick. I think I'm in a temp directory down here. Yeah. Make dir test record. Test recrod. That's okay. It's in a temp directory. It's okay if it's called test recrod, right? It doesn't have to be called test record. Do a .NET new console. Let's test this out here. Because I'm curious myself. I'm 90% sure this is true, but I can't quite remember. There's so many new things. There's so many things. Let's do this. We're going to take these two things and we're going to put them down here. What's the difference between a record and a recrod? The O and the R are switched. Good question. Great question. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do new player character player. Oh, I need a character state. We're gonna get rid of this just because this is all testing purposes. Player PC. It's gonna be equal to a new player character card like this. And then we're gonna initialize it. So what I like about this is I can do this. I can do card is equal to new character card. Captain. Oh no, let's go with Bo Christensen. There we go. Bo Christensen, welcome to the stream, by the way. Bo Christensen's gonna have 25 base health, 17 base energy, 9 base armor. This guy's just a beast, and 12 speed. Just so strong, so graceful, so wonderful. All right, so now we've made this. Let's do a console.writeLine PC here. Oh, you'll get carded in bars. Look, gotta get carded somewhere. Let's see if when I do a print on this PC, do I get all of the information printed out? Yeah, look at this. Card still has all of those things. My wounds and exertions are actually included still here. So when my record starts having too many things in the constructor, I can just pull them down into explicit record types, especially when I know that their default values have some stuff in them. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. Awesome. So as my records start getting too crazy, I can do the following. I can explicitly put them down here like this. The downside is I lose these in my deconstructor. All right, so I'll show that in a second. Public int. I'm going to lose these in my deconstructor, which I don't plan to use on these anyway. But let me show you that as well so you can see what the deconstructor is and what you lose by doing this. The deconstructor can be really useful for doing some algebraic data type stuff. All right, base speed, we'll do 4, base armor is 0. Base energy is going to be 4, base health is going to be 10. All right, and then we can come in here and say that our default constructor looks like this. Is get init new? It might be part, I think it's in C#9. Get is still there. Essentially, it's a set, but you can only do it during construction. Did I close that other window? I think I did. Yeah, let me show you a little bit of deconstructor. So a deconstructor, we can do things like this. Check it out. Default values are more readable. Yeah, I think this is a little bit nicer. So it can't be read-only because it's a property. Sorry. Yeah, because it's a property. Read-only is not a valid keyword here. It says read-only is not valid for this. If it was public int base h equals 10, then we would make it read-only. But because it's a property, it can't be read-only. It doesn't make sense to make it read-only. The backing field will actually be read-only there, though. So let me show you something that you can do. You may not have known this with records. We can do the following. We can do var name, health, energy, armor, speed. So if you know what this looks like, we could do the following. pc.card. Look at this. Look at that. You can say, well, deconstruct this thing into its components, and we can do console.writeLine name. So this can be super useful. Why do you use props over fields? The init is probably one of the biggest parts of it. Properties are methods. There's a handful of reasons to do it. At the end of the day, anything that's public should probably be a property or a method. Usually you don't have public-facing fields. That would be internal representation. That's not always true, but that tends to be the case. So let's say I want to get the name and the plus as health. We could do a deconstructor like this and pull this information out. So notice The OOPs have designed it so, yeah. Essentially, that's true. So you'll notice I can deconstruct that way. I cannot do that with my player character now. Fields do get used more in Unity due to serialization, but most don't need to be public yet. You don't need it in Unity. You don't need it in Unity. You can serialize fields in Unity. Little known fact. Little known fact. Look at that. Serialize that field. You got to put the field in front of it. It says serialize the backing field. So you can actually do this in Unity. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize that, so you end up with a lot of public fields. Yeah, you can do it this way, and then you can be an elitist like me. I kid. It's more writing. Oh, my keys, my keyboard. Oh, my poor keyboard. I have to type 5 more characters. Where I got to keep those F, I, E, L, and D keys from getting worn down. At that point, just use publics everywhere, right? I'm totally kidding with you, Risky. By the way, I hope it's coming through as a joke. Yeah. He is not elite. He is 10x. 0.7x. 0.7x. Is there a 0.1x? I think we have a 0.1x. I am 10%. Oh, it's the dev dad. Yeah. Here we go. 0.1x. 0.1x is in the chat. Isn't the result the same if the field is public versus having a private with a default getter setter be public? Just one step in direction. If you have an init, that's not true. So in Bo Christensen, the init lets us, in Unity, it's kind of the same thing. The main difference is if I decided to change the logic of how the get or set works, I now can do that in my setter. I can say, oh, well, actually the set should be doing something different. And you still get the serialization. Back from reading the Game Jam page, just looks like a blast. Best of luck, Captain Dosa. I'm having a blast with it so far. We built like a whole toolkit. Yeah, I hope that kind of makes sense. It's okay if not, though. Slow to type, but fast to develop. I don't know if that's true. It's just more standard. I would say it's more standard. I'm not actually going to say that it's better or worse. It's just more common. And maybe not. Maybe it's not more common. It's more common, I think, in production code. How long do you have in this game jam? We have until next Sunday, the 31st. It ends on the 31st. The dungeon map editor finished and all featured. I wouldn't mind taking it for a spin. Depends on what you mean by fully featured. I can show that real quick. Here, let's launch it. It does. I was thinking maybe there was something I hadn't understood, but now I think I just disagree. Yeah, it's totally fine to disagree with it. Yeah. Common if you start off in native C#, I think. If you learned Unity, likely less so. Yeah, it's actually one of the things I used to dislike. I used to think I didn't like Unity. For many years, I had students who had used Unity and would show me code and be like, oh my gosh, I can't. It's so hard to navigate your code and do anything. And it's just because those students had followed lots of tutorials that just show you how to do something, a tutorial, how to do something, but not necessarily how to manage it. And so I used to think Unity didn't provide stuff for that, but it does. So here's the map editor that I've built. I wouldn't necessarily call it fully featured, but here's a map that we have. We can place tiles. There's not a lot of documentation on how it works. It's built for me. If we want to, let's say, paint the chest wall here, this would be a chest wall now. Let's set that back to the default wall. I meant to paint the floor here. So if I wanted to add in tiles like this, I can paint the tiles moving around like so. There's no undo button, so it's lacking some features. An undo button would be great, so we can do that. We can run Lua scripts. So for example, in this spot, we have the priest Lua file gets run. So if we want to add a script, let's say I want to run a script here, new event, on enter, let's add the priest script to this position here, like so. Let's save the town. And then let's go back to our editor and then let's do build. Let's do a build. Let's go into my web folder, my build folder here, my .NET. Let's add in the thing I just built, and then we'll load it. So here we are. Let's take, I'm going to delete the old Pixel Dungeon. It doesn't actually load that, load some other thing. All right, so we're going to take our Pixel Dungeon. We're going to drop it in here. You'll notice I haven't had to rebuild the Unity project. This is sort of what I'm going for with this. I haven't had to rebuild the Unity project. The Unity project is standalone. Okay. So I build my Pixel Dungeon here. .NET serve Javasaurus X. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Javasaurus, how you been, my friend? So we have this now. It'll load up. And this doesn't load the map that I just added. All right, so what I did here, and let's go back to our map editor just so you can see. In the town, I added this script here, priest.lua. If I walk over to that spot right now, where did I add it? Inside of here. We don't get it. We don't get it here, but let's load that script from a URL. Load crawler from URL, and it's I put it at pixeldungeon.json. All right, so it just loaded up. Now this one has the script there. So you can build a map, write Lua scripts, compile it, and then drop it into the project folder and load it up. So let's do it again. Let's make a brand new, let's make a brand new project, new test project. We're gonna call this Tuberland. All right, we're gonna create Tuberland. Oh, there's some initialization I have to do, hang on. Tuberland is sad because there are no textures in the default project. But we're gonna add Tuberland here. All right, Tuberland. We need to take from our pixel, let's take all of our textures. We're going to take our textures and scripts here. So we're going to take our textures. Oh, this was the wrong place. Hang on. Stop. We're going to add our textures to Tuberland. Okay. Textures, we're going to add our scripts to Tuberland. But let's add a new script here. Let's add a new script. Create a new file, hello.lua, and it's going to be a context.show dialog hello tuber. All right, so it's going to show a dialog here. So we're going to create a brand new script. Okay. We got to reload this project, I believe. I think it might be broken. Tuberland. Yeah, I need to relaunch the project because it cached some non-existent stuff. It cached some non-existent stuff here. Yeah, we'll take a look at it in just a moment, Tuber. All right, so we're in Tuberland. Go back to the dungeon editor. Now we have some stuff here. Let's build a small dungeon. So when I say it has the features that it has, but not necessarily all the features. Let's put a door here. Let's put some chest tiles in here. All right, and then we'll put the tuber script right here. So we'll add in, when we enter this space, we will do the hello script. Let's save this as town. Turns out you need a map called the town right now. That's what I'm saying. It's fully featured as a strong word here. All right, we're gonna take tuberland.json. And we are going to put this into our WebGL project. Notice I have not, my WebGL project, I'm not hitting refresh. I'm not hitting refresh. My WebGL project has not been reloaded. But now I can do load tuberland.json. Boom, now we're in Tuberland. Now we're in TuberTuggerland. Boom, hello Tuber. So that is what we have. So we have this editor that we do. So I'm calling this my dungeon crawler engine. That's what I'm kind of building here. This is the toolkit I've put together for myself. Yeah, so that's, to me, this is super cool. All right, that was a lot. TuberTugger asks, I've been studying testing lately. What are your thoughts on the red-green refactor workflow? I have currently, if you watch what I'm doing right now, I am currently doing that. I think it really depends. I think it's good for more complex stuff. You quickly go from game deving to game engine deving. I think me personally, I like building tools. And so I don't know if game dev is the most fun thing for me. I'm having a blast doing it, but game deving, Moon has actually said this the other day, is like, oh, you really like to make things, right? And I was like, I just like building tools. And I think I like building tools more than actually making games. And so that's where I'm at with it. All right, but we have Tuberland now. I'm a big tools guy. Yeah, so you'll notice for a lot of this project, I've been doing red-green refactor as well. That said, I think for simple things, it's kind of silly. So the stuff I've been doing today is so simple, it feels like maybe I shouldn't be doing it that way. But I am, and surprisingly enough, I already caught myself writing a bug. I don't think I would have written this bug if I wasn't streaming. It's like the distractions of streaming make it a little bit easier to make bugs. But I accidentally put the wrong variable here, and my test failed, and then I fixed it. So there is something to that. All right, what the heck have I changed here? Yeah, what have I changed? Oh, it's all of this new stuff I put in Tuberland. Does MS Test work seamlessly with Unity? It does not. It does not. Bo, I'm actually doing a crazy thing in which I am actually not, I have no scripts here. All of my code is written separate from Unity. I have no CS files in Unity. Unity uses NUnit, and it does not work seamlessly with MS Test. No, sadly. There is an NUnit, it connects to NUnit, and there are Unity test runners, so you can build stuff like that. So the way I do everything that I'm doing, and again, this is because I'm crazy, on this project, I actually compile everything to DLLs, I drop them into Unity, and then I use them that way. So all of my coding happens outside of Unity. Every single line of code I write is actually happening outside of Unity. I want to undo all of this stuff, or maybe I should add it in. I don't want this to show up. All right, so Tuberland, here's what we're gonna do. Tuberland goes away. Sorry, Tuber. Close all. There we go. We're gonna revert that.
Whoa.
Okay. Tuberland JSON goes away. Corfless rated me, and I gotta say thank you, sir. Corfless. Corfless, thank you so much for the raid. How you been, my friend? How you doing on this beautiful day? Yeah, I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm having a beautiful day. Happy Saturday, my friend. What were you doing on your stream? Great to have you here. Folks, if you guys don't know Corfless, Corfless is a fabulous human being. Give him a follow. Tell us all about it, Corfless. Plum Duffer, there's nothing wrong with JavaScript. There's nothing wrong with JavaScript. Let me stop. There's nothing wrong with being a JavaScript developer. Let me say that. There's nothing wrong with being a JavaScript developer. Do I think there are, things about JavaScript that make me not want to use it? Absolutely. Have I written a ton of JavaScript? Absolutely. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you here on this beautiful day. No, stop. Don't clip it. Cut it. No. Tuber Tugger, stop. That's fair. There's a lot wrong with JavaScript, but it was created in 11 days and mutable types were forced on the developer. There you go. Clip it, ship it, send it on down. Kaiju Kim, welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled Captain Coder. What did I change here? I did a refactor. This was just a refactor here. Okay, and it forced me to do a little bit here. All right, get status, get add. Let's do a .NET format first. .NET format. Make sure all my formatting is happy. There are things that, look, I wrote JavaScript yesterday. I write JavaScript probably a little bit of JavaScript every week. It is great for little tiny small tasks related to having interactive DOM. Right? Now I have to learn TypeScript. I only just started recently. I've written a lot. I personally love JavaScript. I don't like it for big projects. Kaiju, that's my only complaint is the sea of complexity. As you start programming, as you get further in, the sea of complexity grows, and JavaScript stops affording you tools to manage that complexity. You start having to add in other things to manage the project, right? You have to start adding in other things like TypeScript and other things. If you don't work in a team, I think you can skip TypeScript. I think if you're working on a small enough project that the mental model can all fit up here, it's okay. Or it's not as bad. Chore, refactor, to use explicit properties. All right, so I like this for the following reason. All right, let's go to our player character should. Player character should. Not player controller, player character should. The thing I like about this is now honestly, I feel like I could get rid of this default constructor, but I don't mind it too much. Yeah, we just have an unnamed player. Player character, we want to say, okay, well, we kind of want to have a character card. Does JavaScript have records? I'm not familiar. I don't want to say yes or no. I think modern JavaScript, I should probably be saying ECMAScript, has classes. Oh, rec rods. They have rec rods. Gotcha. Not records, they have rec rods. Perfect. When code gets huge, it's time to go modular. I dread to think how many lines of assembly language I'm up to in my retro project now. I have most of the high-level OS layer yet to write. Yeah. What is modern C#? I see that term on Twitter and YouTube. Probably .NET 5 and above. So .NET 5 is probably what we call modern C#. That is, oh, this is not my C# book. Here's my beautiful book. So .NET 10 or C# 10. I'd probably say C# 10 is modern C#, is probably what most people are referring to. Is this .NET 5? I think .NET 5, because that's when they stopped saying .NET Framework. Yeah. And if you want, .NET 6 maybe. But .NET 5 is when they sort of changed stuff. Started doing some major changes to how their build system works. So when they got rid of Framework, they got rid of Net Standard. Now it's .NET 5. So modern, I would say probably Net 6, I think is the long-term support. Net 6 and above. Let's say there. That would be my personal guess, Snabble. So C# 10 and above. Why I can't be bothered with TypeScript blog. Oh, and when you got that, be sure to share it on the Discord. I'd love to read it. I always love reading your thoughts. Some good stuff. Net 8 is I'm using Net 8 right now. When I say modern, I was just saying modern. They've put themselves under a lot of pressure to do a release every year now, right? So they're saying Every 2 years, we're going to do a long-term release. Every year, we're going to do a short-term release. And so I think that puts a fire under you if you're like, all right, we're going to do a release every very, very quickly in that way. Okay. Let's focus. All right. I'm thinking about my movements. I know I needed to have this state, so we needed to have the normal, rest, and guard states. The player can move and attack, so they need movement points and attack points. Okay. So a player character needs public int movement points. They start with 0. Public int attack points. 0. So they need to be able to have those set on them, be able to get those and remove them. They need to be able to have action points. So just so you know, so someone's asking about red-green testing. I'm not going to write tests for getting and setting these things, right? I did write a test for adding wounds because we want to say, okay, when we have wounds, we go ahead and set those on to the player. I was okay with that. The health, there's logic behind a player character's health. There's logic behind, are they dead? So this is just a data record. There's no logic built into this. This is I'm trying to be functional. How are you going to release something without 100% code coverage? I don't typically do 100% code coverage. I think that is a false. It's possible. The question is, does it actually mean anything? The answer is not really. I think code coverage, 110% or lazy. That's right, Timber Tucker. Patrick, congratulations on number 15. Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here on this beautiful Saturday, my friend. Action points, movement points, attack points. Okay. So now we want to, the types of things I need to be able to do is when we choose move, when they choose a move action, spend movement points to move on the grid. Oh, hang on. Move, sorry. This is one of the things that move. The character gains movement points equal to their speed. The character gains 1 attack point. So you can spend an action point to gain speed, to gain movement points, to gain attack points, to set your side to rest, to set your side to guard. So these are testable. So we have our character state. We're going to do a public enum. Character things that you can spend. So these are character, action. So I need a good name for these. All right. So there's 2 types of moves, 2 types of things. The player can spend their actions, and then the player can then do combat action. So we have actions and combat actions. Okay. So we have character action, and then we have combat action. These are 2 different types of actions that we have. So we have a character action and then a combat action. The ones we have here are move. And these are defined in our combat phase here. Move, attack, rest, and guard. Move, attack, rest, and guard. Testing also only makes sense when I have a well-defined. Notice I've defined this stuff here. So it's hard to do it. Code coverage is such a useful metric. Need to test everything, even things that give no valuable information about the system. And so mutation testing is more valuable in my opinion than code coverage. All right, so this sort of tells you whether or not your unit tests are testing useful things. So mutation tests take your code, run your test, and then they modify your returns and then say, do my tests fail now? And if they don't, it says, well, your tests don't seem to actually be doing anything useful. So I think mutation testing is really useful. The Lumen, Working on Saturday. We're having fun on Saturday. This is playtime for me. We're having a great time. We're having a playtime. Welcome back to the stream, The Lumen. Glad to have you here. So at 90% code coverage could fill some comments that code lacked memory links. Saw some value to chasing greater than 90% code coverage as the memory leak detection tool needed the code to be executed during the test. Yeah, so there's absolutely limitations, right? All right, so our character extensions, I want to have this method, public static player character spend action point. Now, this might be part of our combat controller, but we're spending action point, this player character, PC. We want to say character action on them. So what action, new, throw, new, not implemented exception. Okay. So we have a well-defined thing that says spend action point. If the player has an action point, they can spend it to do something. And these are the different things they can spend it on. And so now we need to have a couple different tests, but void spend spend point on move. Okay. We're gonna have a couple different ones. There's gonna be one for each of these actions: move, attack, rest, and guard. We might need better names for this. Move, spend on attack. Because they're slightly overloaded here. Because the combat action is also going to be move. The combat action is also going to be an attack. And these, yeah, so this, we're going to get rid of combat action for now. This is saying that the player is going to gain the ability to attack. So they're going to, so part of me wants to say like target or something along those lines. I'm not sure. Spend point on attack. It's not the design is wrong. It's that I didn't name them well here. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's how the architecture was done. Oh, sorry. I might have missed something that was being said. That I thought you were talking about my code. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a different conversation going on. Enjoy that conversation. Yeah. Sorry, I got a little bit confused there. No worries. Yeah, it's Dabble. Yeah, it's true. I know. This is why I was so confused. Move on. Rest. Spend point on guard. Okay. So the types of things we're going to do is we spend a point on guard. What are the things that come in, right? So, Demi Lich, welcome back to the stream, my friend, or welcome to the stream, I should say. We are working on the Dungeon Crawler Jam, our entry for the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. Currently working on the combat implementation of the logic of the combat system that I want to use in the game. The combat system is going to be heavily inspired by a combat system from a board game I love called Descent: Journeys in the Dark, first edition. And the reason I'm doing that instead of building my own is I have a short amount of time, and I know the system well, and it's a well-tested system in that board game. So I'm going to have to do less play testing to make sure that it works. I can just say, oh, well, I'm just going to use the stats or similar stats to stuff from that particular game. So spend point on move, and we'll do an assert dot fail, not implemented. For now, I don't know that I actually need this here. Spend point on move. All right. So I know I'm going to spend a point on a move. I need to take in a player character. The things that are important about move are base speed. All right. Spend point on move. I have a base speed int expected movement. And then we also have an int start movement points. This. So we have a base speed, we have a start movement points. An int expected movement, movement points like this. There's one other thing: base speed, movement, start movement points. What are the things that get modified? Action points. Action points. All right. This is our start action points. Expected movement points. And then int expected action points. Okay. It's a bit long. It's just because the variable names are long here. There's 5 arguments. So in this theory here, we have a couple different things. I'm not sure what I did, but I was awarded for it. I'll do it again. So you're number 16. That means you're the 16th person today to do exclamation point here. And so you get some bonus points for doing it. Yeah, so congratulations on your bonus points. So if our base speed is 4, our start movement points is 0, we have 2 action points. Our movement point should go to 4, and our expected action point should be 1. Okay. If our base speed is 3, and our start movement points is 2, and our start action points is 1, we should go to 2 plus 3 is 5, and then we should have 0 action points left over. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If our base speed is 6, and we have 0 starting movement points, and we have 0 action points, when we go to do this, we shouldn't actually increase our movement points, and we shouldn't actually have our expected action points be reduced. Okay. It also shouldn't reset. So if I do 4, 3, 3, 0. So these are all true. And so the code that I'm going to end up with would be player character under test is going to be have a card is going to be equal to a new character card. And the base speed is going to be the base speed we set here. Like that. Our movement points are going to be equal to our start movement points. Our action points are going to be equal to our start action points, like this. All right. I think I can actually change this to speed, movement points, action points. And I keep those as expected and after. Okay. Then our under text should be under test. Tuber Tugger, congratulations on number 17. Under test dot spend action point move. The thing that we're testing here is moving. Okay. This is going to return a new player character, a modified player character, actual. And what we want to do is we can make a new player character here. And this is going to be our expected. Our expected is going to be our under test with the movement points equal to the expected movement points, and the action points equal to the expected action points. Okay. And when we do actual dot should be expected. So this is the test I want. If I've implemented it properly, calling spend action should increase my movement points and decrease my action points. So these are the values I've specified here. Okay. So let's come over here. If we run this test, it'll fail. And then it's going to be important for me to next implement this. So it's going to it should throw not not implemented here. Got a weird warning here. Warning, public method spend point. Well, that's fine. We're going to end up doing these in a moment. I'm going to comment those out just for now. All right, my 4 tests fail. It makes sense that they fail. There's not implemented. And now this implementation becomes that we want to return switch on action switch. Switch expressions. We're about to oh, you guys know I love my switch expressions. We're gonna say if we are doing character action dot move when, all right, our PC dot action points is greater than 0, then we're actually able to do it. So then we're going to say that we're going to get back PC with action points equal to PC dot action points minus 1, and our movement points equal to PC dot card dot base speed PC dot movement points plus our base speed here. And otherwise, we're going to do a throw new not implemented exception. I'm going to say no action unknown unimplemented character action type of action unimplemented character. Really, why is it giving me trouble here? Type of action dot get type. Why is it complaining about this? Oh, I don't need to do a type up here. Unimplemented character action. Not implemented for. There we go. I don't think we're going to pass all of these. I think we're going to pass some of them. So we're down to 2. Why did we only have 2? Don't we have 6 here? No, there's only 4. Okay. Now the other version would be character.move. And this is when we don't have enough, we just return PC. They don't change. Okay, something is not right. So I feel like this is the correct implementation. So let's see whether or not yeah, there's something interesting here. Let's go see which version is failing. And see if I wrote a bad test. Or if it helps me validate and verify that my implementation is correct and the way I was thinking about it is also correct. But let's run it here and see what happened. Speed, movement points, action points, expected movement, expected actions. Okay, let's run these and see what happens. Six 006. Let's see. That's interesting. Biggs. Have we crawled any dungeons yet? It depends. Does this count? Does this count as crawling a dungeon? We have our map editor working. We have our base game working. We're working on a we have our navigation is fully working. Our map editor is fully working. We are working on our combat system right now. I have a bug. or an error. Let's see here. Player character. This is a little bit hard here. Maybe we should do it a little bit different. We should say actual dot action points dot should be expected action points. Actual dot movement points should be expected movement points. Isn't it still day one? That's loads. I've been building an engine for 2 weeks. Okay, so we do have a thing here. Movement point should be 6, but was 0. Look at that. Oh, I have this backwards. Okay, so I wrote a bad test here. Let's go with 2. Well, let's go with 0 here, because we have no action points, we have no movement points. It should be 0. All right, our test here will should succeed now. So I have written out a spec for my combat system here. I'm mimicking a board game, a strategy. It's a dungeon crawling board game called Descent, and I've written out a version of their combat system. I'm going to try and implement that. I'm hoping to have this fully implemented by the end of day tomorrow. Maybe if I get super inspired, I'll finish it today. I have a thing I'm doing in a little bit. I'm going to a Japanese festival, so I feel like I might not be able to finish it today. But we're building out all of the logic for that right now. So our move action is currently working, or implemented in a way that this is like a character spend action. We're going to call this a spend action. I'm going to call this buy movement. Purchase, spend action. These are purchase. We can purchase these. I feel like the names are a bit off. Spend action. We can buy movement, buy attack, buy rest. I'm going to do this so I don't get... I know it's going to confuse me later. We're going to buy guard. These are the things that we can do in combat. We can buy these different actions. Let's make sure that this would be weird if I broke anything like this. But when we buy movement, it increases our movement points by our character's speed. Okay. Let's go into our spend point on attack. Okay. It's going to be a very similar looking thing. Int. Oh, it would always increase by 1. Int. Action points. Int. Attack points. Int. Expected attack points. Int. Expected. Yeah. Int. Expected action points. Okay. Let's swap these around just to be consistent here. And we are going to give it a few here. Theory. If we do this action, we have 0 attack points and 2 action points. We should have 1 attack point and 1 action point. If we have 1 action, 1 attack, it should go to 2 attacks and 0 actions. If we have 2 attacks, 0 actions, it doesn't change. If we have 1, 0, 1, 0, like this. Science Balint, welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. How's the family? How is science communication going? Folks, if you guys don't know Science, incredible science communicator, streamer, entertainer extraordinaire. Be sure to give him some love, folks. Click that heart. You don't want to miss it. We do art, we do science, we do games. Science over there does it all. Family of incredible human beings. I'm doing absolutely beautiful on this beautiful Saturday. Absolutely beautiful. We are working on our dungeon crawler game. We're implementing a combat system currently. So it's going to look very similar to this one. And it makes me wonder... this is going to be our character card. We don't care about the base anything on our character card. Okay. We do care about action points, and this becomes our attack points. Yeah, so I can't quite generalize this. Attack points. Our action points be our attack points should be, and this would be our expected attack points. And we're gonna buy attack like this. The combat system, great question. It's a turn-based. I would call it turn-based strategy combat on a 2D grid. It's heavily inspired by a board game called Descent. Descent Journeys in the Dark. Characters spend points to perform actions. So let me show you. Let's do my dot cam. I don't know if it's going to come through very well. I don't know if you can see this card super well. Let me zoom in a little bit. So our character has these base stats. They have health, they have energy, they have armor, they have movement, and then they have some kind of attack. On their turn, they get two actions they can take. They get 2 action points. They spend these 2 action points at the beginning of their turn to select some action that they want to take during their turn. They could select move, which will let them move 4 spaces. If they select move twice, it lets them move 8 spaces. If they choose move and attack, it lets them move 4 spaces and make 1 attack. If they choose attack twice, it can make 2 attacks. They can do something called resting. They could rest and move, which means they move, and then at the start of the next turn, if they haven't taken any damage, they'll actually recover all of their energy. And they have a guard, which says they can attack on the next turn. The rest and guard actions actually set a state on the player. You can only be in one of those states. So if you're resting, you actually can't be guarding. If you're guarding, you can't be resting. You can move and guard. You can attack and guard. You can attack and rest. But those are actually states that the player is in. So it's surprisingly not too complex. You get 4 actions. What I would say is that I'm trying to make sure it's not too complex. It has complexity to it. It has some complexity, but with that complexity, you get, basically on your turn, say, well, I want to do, what do I want to accomplish? Do I want to go hit that thing? All right, I'm going to choose move and attack. Oh, I can't reach that thing? Well, I'm going to choose move and guard. Oh, I need to go recover. I'm going to choose move and rest. I'm going to choose, so you can choose combinations of these things to make the combat semi-interesting, but trying to keep it simple. Yeah, there's not just an attack. And so I want the combat to be interesting. I've chosen an existing combat system, so that way I don't have to play test it. I can say, okay, well, I'm very familiar with this system, so I feel confident that if I implement this system, I should be able to make some interesting combat scenarios without having to do a lot of... should be able to implement some interesting combat scenarios without needing to do as much play testing as if I implemented a system all on my own. Does that make sense? Yeah, so here is this .NET test. So right now we're writing the code for purchasing attacks. We're writing a little test here saying, if I purchase an attack, I should gain attack points and lose action points. That's what this is saying here. It's going to fail because I haven't written the code that actually performs that operation. And so now I'm going to do that operation. So we're going to do spend action dot buy attack when PC. Really, I can do when, I have a good one. When PC dot action points is equal to 0. we actually can't purchase anything. So I just found this nice little refactor here. Otherwise, we know that we have at these points. We can do this. Yeah. PC width. Sorry, I don't know if anyone caught that, but I just had a moment of excitement rush through me. When we buy an attack, we're going to do PC width action points equal to PC.action points minus 1. And then our our attack points is going to be PC.attack points plus 1. All right, I think our test will pass. We did a refactor. The thing about the test is when we did this refactor, we'll know whether or not we accidentally broke something. 1, but should be 3. We didn't. We have 1 test failing. Let's make sure we wrote this. Should be 1, but was 3. So we have interesting. Actual attack point should be 1. Let's look at which test this is. I feel like I've written a test poorly again. 0211. 1120. That should be right. Right here, something's going off. Let's see what's going. I didn't mean to hit refresh again. I meant to hit run. Okay. Testing. Player character should spend point on. So this is 0211. 0211. This is really interesting. When we have 0 attack points, 2 action points, we should end up with 1 attack point and 1 action. Okay. So something's gone incorrect here. Look! I wrote a bug and I caught it because of testing. Look at this bug, this silly bug. Autocomplete got me again. See, I'm just not good enough programmer to not write tests. If I had done this without writing the test, it would have shown up much later, and there could have been all kinds of other weird bugs inside of it. So it wasn't a bad test. It was a bad autocomplete. Process can't access the file. Did I hit? Hang on, that was weird. .NET test. Let's try again. That was just a one-off. The system was busy, probably running tests under the hood. Boom. Fixed it. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and add this. Get a .NET format. Beautiful. Making some good progress here. Status git commit -m feature player should spend action point. Maybe I should put buy movement and buy attack. I should have done these separately, but that's okay. So we have that done. Let's go on to the next step here. We want to be able to spend points on rest. Okay. And similar is when we spend points, we will character. Yeah, this is interesting. Action points are still going to be there. Spend points on rest, int action points. Our start state, yeah, so we'll do character state, start state, and our character state, end state. Looks like this. And our inline data, we're gonna start with character character state dot normal, 2 points. After we do it, we have endpoints as well. And expected points. Call this expected state. And we'll call this state. Okay. We would expect to switch in to the rest state. Okay. If they have no points, they stay in the normal state and have no points. If they have 1 point, they end up with 0 points. If they're already in the rest state, they spend no points. Okay. If they're already in the guard state, they spend a point and switch into the rest state. Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty good set of examples. Normal, 2, rest, 1. Normal, 0, they stay normal. If they have a point, they go to rest. If they're already in rest, they don't waste. We don't let them waste the point. If they're not in rest, all right. So I think that's pretty good. So this would be our state. I'm gonna start at state here. We're gonna buy a rest. This is going to be our action point expected action points. And then we should be in state dot should be our expected state here. Okay. It's going to give me a lot of confidence when I'm writing my controller that this thing is going to work the way I'm expecting it to. Gamer Soup. What a great name. Gamer Soup. Welcome to the stream on this beautiful Saturday. Gamer Soup. How are you on this beautiful day? How are you doing, Gamer Soup? Thank you so much for the follow. We're going to say that if we're doing a buy rest, we want to set the action points -1. And then what's interesting is we always spend a point. I wonder if there's something we can do to make it so that this point, there's a little bit of repeated code here that we might be able to refactor out. Napalm Codes. How you doing, friend? Welcome back to the stream. State is going to be equal to character state.rest, like this. This is going to get most of them, but there's going to be 2 failing tests still. I always feel like I wrote 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did write 5. All right, 3 of them are failing. And I already know why. We want to do... If they are buying a rest, and when PC.state is character state dot rest, then we do nothing. We don't change in this case. Will this catch all the cases? It's been a busy week, but you're getting by it. I'm glad you're making it through. I hope you get to have a relaxing weekend. Look, I keep writing bugs. Boom, caught another one. Wow. Busy week, what how about you? I'm doing absolutely wonderful. My spring break started today, so I had my last day of class was yesterday. So I get 2 weeks off, which is awesome. It perfectly lined up with the Dungeon Crawler Jam, which I've been, I was hoping it would. I was hoping it would because I just have so much fun doing this. All right, so we got those test.net format. Let's get these added in here. Bugs or undocumented features. They're features that don't go along with our game design document. That's what they are. So let's do a git status here. Git add, git commit -m, feat player character should buy rest. Should buy rest. All right. Put that up there. And then the last one here is we need to be able to switch into the guard state. So we should be able to buy a guard. It's going to look very similar to this one as well. Here. So we can copy a lot of this here. The main thing is that in this one, the state we're going to is the guard state. Guard state. This one should spend the point. This one should not spend the point. What's interesting here, there is enough different on here with by guard. This is kind of the only change. We could parameterize it, but I actually think having it separated into 2 tests like this is a little bit better. .NET test. And I know one little thing here. All right, so these 4 fail. I'm gonna write this. And I'm gonna do a little refactor. Spend action dot by guard when PC dot state is character state dot guard. We don't make a change. So you'll notice there's something very similar about this one and this one that we're gonna be able to modify. Action.byGuard. Otherwise, we just do a PC with our action points equals PC.actionPoints -1. And then we have our state equals character state.guard. And we're going to be able to combine these 2 into 1. So what are the cases where we actually make no modifications? Right? So if we have no action points, if the PC dot maybe I can't do this. I thought I might be able to say, okay, yeah, not quite. Got a lambda the return also for all the forward goodness. Yeah, look at this beautiful switch expression now. I wanted to combine these, but I can't. We're saying if we're going to the guard state, we can't switch into it. So basically, if the resulting state would have the same as our starting state, we don't do. I wanted to be able to do a thing that says if our PC state is equal to the state we want to move into, but we can't. So I'd have to add some convoluted thing to do that. So actually, I can't do this refactor, but we have these separate. I'm gonna put a little space here. Say, okay, well, by guard is this logic, by rest is this logic, by movement, by attack is that logic. Let's do a little bit of format. Get status. And we'll get this committed in. So now we have all of our purchase actions can be done. Oh man, I feel like I'm making great progress on this. Git add, git commit -m, feature player character should buy guard. Napalm codes with the hat redeem. Let's get a hat on the stack. Napalm, thank you for the hat. The toast is definitely being jammed. Just lather it on there. Lather that jam on. So good. All right. So we've done these things. So if I switch these two check boxes, right, I could say that we've implemented these things. Thank you for the push there. Awesome. So player spends all of the character's action points. So we're going to spend the action points in this way. And then the player can take combat actions or move, exert, attack, and end character turn. So these are a little bit more interesting because move has, it's like, where are we moving to? Can we make it there? Is it a valid move? Okay. Exert is a pretty easy one. If we do this action, can we do the action? Can we update the player? Attack. All right. We're going to take a quick break, I think. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Give me a moment. We'll be back. I'm going to get myself another tea here. I need to drink a little bit more water. I haven't been drinking enough water today. We're going to keep working on this combat system. We want to actually be able to move the player next. So there's quite a bit there. I'm going to go with a tea. I'm going to go with a tea. An Earl Grey tea, though, so a dark tea. Maybe I'll do Scottish breakfast. You know, I'm going to do Scottish breakfast. It's pretty high caffeine in that one. So caffeinated tea. We had a bean water. We had an Earl Grey. We're going to go to a caffeinated bean water. Earl Grey hot, maybe. Yeah, exactly. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back. We're going to keep going. Don't go anywhere.
Whoa.
All right, folks, we're back. I changed my mind. I got myself bean water. I got out there and I smelled that Don Francisco bean powder, the ground up bean. The coffee just smelled too good. I take back the Picard Napalm. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I got out there and like the overwhelming sense of Don Francisco's butterscotch toffee coffee hit me. Black, no cream, no sugar, just as it is. And boy, did it smell good. I had to get it in there. Sorry to disappoint. Moon has still got it. Thank you for the lurk, my friend. Folks, we're gonna get some stretches going. It's bitter. Oh, it's good. It's bitter, but with just a little hint of sweetness. Oh, stand on up with me. You know I like to get those stretches in. Dramulks, I see you
in
back
the
there.
back. Pay attention.
Pay attention, Dramulks. We're going to get some stretches in, folks, every hour, every 90 minutes, every 2 hours. It's great to get up, take a break. If you're like me, you're hunched over your computer, getting those repeated stress injuries, you got to get up and take care of yourself. Do you at least use some clear milk? No, just clear milk. There's nothing. Just black, no cream, no sugar. Does my dot cam button work on this screen? It doesn't. Here, I'll show you what it looks like, though. There it is. No cream, no sugar, just black. Oh, the best of bean water. The best of bean water, folks. But we're gonna get some stretches in, then we're gonna hop back into our code here. So I'm gonna implore you, I'm gonna engorge you, I'm gonna encrypt you to get on up with me, get some stretches in, take care of yourself. Look, the captain loves you. Get those arms up at your side. We're gonna do a trunk twist. Do a nice trunk twist, arms up at the side. Oh, going the wrong way. And we're just gonna rotate back nice and slow. Cyber Angel, happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. You do know what clear milk is? I have no idea what clear milk is. No, what is clear milk? Oh yeah. Get those arms up. Just water. Lean to the left. Oh yeah. Lean to the right. Dandy McGee. Welcome back, my friend. It's great to see you. How you doing on this beautiful Saturday? Oh, get those nice stretches just going back and forth. It's just water. So it's, I suppose if you count coffee, I guess, it's called bean water. It's bean water. It's just hot water that's gone through ground up beans, dehydrated and then ground up roasted, dehydrated, ground up beans. Oh, yeah. Let's get some shoulder rolls in. Let's roll the shoulders back. 2, 3, 4. It's true. Most things are just water if you think about it. That's very true. 3, 4. Full arms. 2, 3, 4. Roll them forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I use a Keurig, so it's not too hot when it first comes out. So yeah, no burnage going on there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do one more stretch here. I'm just gonna do a hanging stretch. Take a deep breath. Exhale. We're gonna hinge at the hips, and we're just gonna hang here for a moment. Cause my lower back, I didn't do any stretches at the 90-minute mark. My lower back is kind of aching, not aching but tight. So we're just gonna hang here for 20 seconds. Oh, doesn't it feel good to be alive? Doesn't it feel good to take care of yourself? Oh yeah. You can touch that floor. Awesome. If you can't, that's okay. Breathe in slowly. Roll up. Oh, shoulders up, back down. Very nice. I see. Keep it from burning. That makes sense. So you don't want to burn yourself. Oh yeah, wonderful stretches. For joining me in all those stretches, all you beautiful people. 150 points. Thank you guys so much for joining me in those stretches. We're going to hop back into our combat system here, or we're implementing the logic for our combat system. I already know how I want the system to work, so I have a well-defined set of rules that I'm implementing here. So I'm working on the logic. I'm implementing all the logic. I'm not prototyping the combat system. I know what it is, so I can write unit tests to do it. We implemented spending points. We've done this. Okay. So we've implemented this part. I'm going to put a little thing here. Logic. implemented. The UI needs to be implemented. But if I make this, it takes all the checkboxes. Let me do logic implemented. This is where like the track it. I'm not going to put anything here. The logic has been implemented. We're going to have to add that. Let's go to. All right. The next part of this. Actually take a combat action. This one's a little tricky because it requires a little bit more about what's going on here. So a combat action, because we need like a board state to be able to know if the move is a valid move. The player isn't aware of their position. That's part of the combat controller. So we need a new data type to represent our game map. It's like our combat arena or whatever you want to call it. So it's sort of like our combat state. What does the data of that look like? And then our combat, we have like a controller that says when a player makes a move action, it's against that state and it updates that state. Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff going on here. So logically, the way I think I'm going to represent this, so we have player character, now we have combat controller, I'm going to create a combat grid, combat map. I'm going to call it combat map. Okay. And this is going to have the state, the board state of what's there. So namespace captaincoder.dungeoncrawler.combat public. Wondering if I can get away. I can't make this a record because the equality check doesn't make sense. Because it's going to have a dictionary and stuff inside. So I'm actually make this one a class. Combat map. And the combat map has some things in it, but it's just going to be the data representation. I'm really trying to focus on doing data-driven stuff. Dungeons and Dimples. I'm doing great. Dungeon is coming along. You know it's true. Do you know Dungeons and Dimples? Do you guys even care? 'Cause Dungeons and Dimples, we love you here. You're the greatest queen of all. Folks, if you guys don't know Dungeons and Dimples.
She's taking particular offense to this pile of snow and is just attacking it with all of her arrows. What are you doing, honey? Die, snow.
Go check out Dungeons and Dimples. Incredible streamer, incredible gamer, variety streamer, currently playing Spyro, does board games on there as well. Have I had a nice week? It's been an absolutely wonderful week, Dimbles. It's a little bit stressful actually, if I'm being honest, but wonderful week. It's the last week before my spring break, so my spring break started. I have 2 weeks off. We are working on our Dungeon Crawler Jam. We are implementing a combat system. We are going to be doing a combat system that is very similar to Descent: Journeys in the Dark, which is one of my favorite board games. We got to play it sometime. Maybe collab stream Dungeons and Dimples plays Descent. That we need to do that. But yeah, it's a grid-based combat game strategy dungeon crawling combat system, and so I'm implementing the logic for it. It's pretty well defined. You're up for it? Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. One of my favorite games of all time. So my combat map has a couple things. The thing that I currently care about is I need to have a representation of where my players are in the world. Where are my players in the world? What is my map? So there's two things I kind of need. The first one, all right, let me show this again. You'll notice this map is not a pure grid. it doesn't have, so there's spaces that can be occupied, and then there's spaces that cannot be occupied. So this is all occupiable space. This is not occupiable space. So we need this idea of tiles on our combat map. So we have these positions on our map that we can access. We also need to know where the players are on the map. So where are the players on the map? And I kind of eventually want to do props, but you're not going to get there yet. But when you're playing in combat, there might be something on the ground. You can pick up gold, treasure, that type of thing. And you might be able to go over and grab it. We're not gonna worry about that yet. That's over scoping. Keep it simple. Dandy McGee is so great, and you're awesome all the time. So our combat map, what I want to look at right now is our public, maybe it's a hash set of positions, and these are going to be our occupiable space tiles. Tiles. And for now, I can do this. I need the representation of position. So this is like our combat position, which is a little bit different. Public record struct position. Int X, int Y. So this is a position in the combat grid. So it's not the same type of position in our overworld, although it still has an X and Y, so we might get some reuse. We can see where we need to abstract some of these things. So I have a set of positions here. It might actually make sense to create a tile type here. The reason I haven't created a tile type yet is there's no need to have different types of tiles currently. Yeah, I don't know that we actually need that, because really there's going to be a thing in a tile, and so we'd end up with a thing called props, and it has a dictionary from positions to a thing in that position. So for example, we're going to end up with a dictionary from position to player character called player characters. Like this. Okay. And really this is all our combat map is right now, is we have the tiles, we have our player characters, and this is, I believe, all we really need to be able to implement our movement system. Apparently these are now checkboxes. Let's undo that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. What I could do is this. This is what I was thinking about implementing logic. All right. Anyway. Let's not get to it. Logic implemented. Can I do just this one? It's a checkbox. I just want you. I just want you. This one. Stop. It's so. What if I do this? Ha. Interesting. Okay, we'll just go back in time. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. And we have this in our combat. Tiles, player characters, XY positions, and we want to have an action called move. Spend movement points on a grid. So the player, really, this is combat action. Yeah, so we're going to end up with a public abstract record combat action. Okay. So these are different types of actions we can take in combat. I may regret this, but mapped alt to control. Good luck with that, Napalm. That's an interesting challenge there. Yeah, it will be. The design doc is available. Let me double check with my team. I have no problem sharing it. Let me double check with my team. Hang on. And see if it's okay. One second. Hang on. I have my blur command now. Yeah, okay. So now I can do this. You guys can't see me, but I'm talking to people. Give me a second here. Just to I actually can just do some math myself here. 320 by
Seems good.
20 times 4 times 6. 180 times 6. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Give me a second. Sorry. Can it bother anyone if I shared read-only access to our design doc? My stream, my community interested in it. Let me double check, make sure no one cares, because emails and stuff are actually, I probably shouldn't do it because the emails are in there. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Dimples. I'm gonna keep that saved. Okay, Brian Visual, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Let's turn this blur back off. Here's what I'm gonna do for you. Yeah, it's because if you have access to this, you can see the emails of all the editors. So I'm not gonna give you access to this, and we might change it. Lance. So yeah. Let me start with a no on that, because I actually think it exposes some information that I personally don't want exposed. But I'll make a copy for you. Here's what I'll do. I'll make a copy, and now it won't expose that information. And I'm going to send this directly to you, Lance. I'm going to do a thing. Send me a private message and I'll send it to you, Lance, because I don't mind you having it. And then once my team responds, I might share the copy with other people. All right, here we go. After the jam, yeah, that probably makes more sense. Okay, let's keep going. Combat action. So then we have a public record. Move action. Move action is a combat action. Public record. The different types of actions we can take are move, exert, combat action, space, public record, attack. Yeah, attack's gonna be interesting because we need to have enemies to be able to even do an attack. Oops, Napalm. That's an accent. It is crazy the muscle memory you build up, right? End character turn. Public record end turn. Combat action. This is end character turn. Okay, so these are the actions you can take. You don't have to spend all of your points. Okay. So move action is the one we're really interested in right now. A move action has a player character, a character. So it has a character, and then we have a position target like this. So we have a move action, takes in the player character and the target where we want to move them. Okay. And our combat map needs to take in a move action and tell us whether or not we can do that thing. Napalm says, if Mac worked well with gaming, I would go all in. Yeah. I know that it's not great. I don't know if that's true. I've never gamed on my Mac. I do like my MacBook Pro. I'm on a Windows computer right now. I spend a lot of time on Linux as well. I love the lightweightness of my Mac. This is saying Tommy wants me to do this. That's what I will say is I really love how lightweight my MacBook Pro is for traveling. Mac used to have the best version of games, just not as many of them. Gotcha. Interesting. Lance says, a friend of mine recently, my friend reinstalled DOS in an old box. He couldn't remember the DMA and IRQ settings for the sound card when installing a bunch of old games. He had to close his eyes and use muscle memory. That's hilarious. It's like, yeah, the 7 and 13 are the two numbers that come to mind for the sound card and stuff. Be like, oh, this is where it is. This is where it is. I just got an email saying that I have a library book that's overdue. I got to bring that back. Our games were 640 by 400 pixels when DOS games were 320 by 200. Monkey Island has upscaling and even mocks the PC version. Gotcha. Oh, this is interesting. I might need to hang on. I need to wrong button. I need to send a message real quick. Bear with me. One thing to keep in mind is we may need to upscale it a little bit. So our artist is thinking they're going to do the UI as 320 by 180. And so I want to let them know that I'm planning to do 32 by 32 pixels for our grids. Our current plan for our combat grid is to use 32 by 32 pixel sprites. We could shrink this. It would probably be fun to shrink this or scale up the UI to make it feel right. What are your thoughts? There we go. All right. Thank you for bearing with me there. A1 says, as a developer, the difference between BSD and Linux is starting to... Yeah. My favorite gaming platform is iPad Pro. Interesting. So this is sort of our move action. You have a player character and then you select where you're trying to move to. So this is where we're moving to. And then the combat map needs to decide whether or not we can actually perform that move. Okay. So I want to have a method here. Oh no, this is just data. So we're doing this using extension method. Public static class combat. Really, this should be our combat controller. Okay. And our combat controller is going to have a public static. Really, I want to do a validate move. Bool validate move. Validate action. So it's going to take in a combat action to validate. And it's going to be on a combat map. And so you have so this will give us a combat map dot validate action, and let's change it to is valid action. I like that a little bit better. And for now, it's going to throw new not implemented exception. We want to say, is this a move that we can actually do? And then the other part of the interface is going to be apply action. This combat map, and then the combat action to apply. So these are sort of the two things that we want to be able to do. Napalm says, I just spend 8 hours a day for work, 8+ hours developing on Mac. My home machine is Windows and I don't get on it as much for development. Guess what? Keyboard short. Yeah. When I was using Emacs, I use Emacs all the time on Linux. I had a similar thing transitioning to Windows where and using VS Code, I kept wanting to do Emacs. But it's crazy when I go back to Emacs. I'm surprised how quickly all of my key bindings in Emacs come back. That said, if you want to get carpal tunnel, Emacs is the way to do it. That is one easy way to do it. Okay, so this actually modifies our state, right? So we have our hash, our tiles and stuff, applying a move action, and now we can do some little internal methods to test our movement. Okay, so is valid action and apply action here. We'd also have a try apply action, which will return a bool failure, but for now I'm going to make this thing throw. And what we could do to make it maybe a little bit simpler, public static bool is valid move action. I think this will make sense as well. Combat action. So this ends up being a move action. Move action. New, not implemented, exception. And sort of we're going to have an action for each one of these. We're going to start with just this one. Apply move action is going to be, I think, a little bit easier. Apply move action. Like this. Okay. Let's start with is move action. Whether or not it is a valid move action. We can only move as far as our player has, as far as our player has movement points. We will do a breadth first search. So breadth first search away from the player. So the test here is interesting. We need to add in a combat controller should. I'm going to move this to combat controller. And these are our combat actions. Maybe it makes sense to leave it on here. I want to put this here. Like that. Our combat map is this. Our combat map is just data. Like that. And then this is part of our these are the combat actions we can take. We want to do a combat controller should. Combat controller should. And this is going to, distilling this to start it out. Combat controller should, like this. Validate move action. Yeah. So we have two tests: public void validate move action, whatever that looks like. Then public void apply move action. And then the last one is void. Let me think here. So I'm thinking if we have an invalid action, we apply to attempt to apply it, throw exception on invalid move action. That's sort of what I want, and it sort of tells me I want to have a try move action. So rather than have apply move action, I think I might want to have a try apply, but I'm just going to go with this does it. This forces it. And then we might add in a try. The idea being that you would use this is to validate first, so you end up never passing these things. It should be impossible to call this method, and if you do, it stops you, right? So we should never write code that calls this with invalid operation exception, with invalid state. And then, yeah, and then if we do, we end up handling that in part, like we say, okay, something terrible happened elsewhere. Yeah, it's interesting here. So validate move action. And then we want to do one more, public void invalidate move action. These are the things I want to be able to do. Let's start with validate. So if we have a move action that's not valid, we can't take it. Okay. I want to think about, so I need to create a map, right? I need to create a map that I can use. And my combat map just looks like this. So I need to create a map that has tiles in it. And it might be super helpful to have a tool to just take in a simple string that turns into a map for us. So I'm going to write a public static class combat map extensions. I'm going to have a public static combat map. And we're going to load this from string. From string. Combat map extensions from string. Maybe we have a constructor that can take in a string and it will construct this thing. I'm not sure if that makes the most sense. But I want to be able to, it'd be parse. Parse. Duh. This would be a parse method. And yeah, combat. Public string to parse. And we're going to go through and we're just going to build this up. Let's also write a test for this. Throw new not implemented exception. And I think this one makes sense to put here. So we can do combat map dot parse, and then we give it a string, and it'll be able to parse it in. I think that's what I want. Let's write a little test for this. Combat map should. Combat map should parse from string public static public void parse from string. Okay, and we're gonna have two things here. This one's a little bit tricky. We have a string to parse, and then we have a combat map. Oh, it's not actually. You know what? This isn't constructing a combat map. This is we don't want this here. We want to be able to construct one of these. No, not one of these. One of these from a map. All right, so this becomes public static. Yeah, class combat map extensions. And I want to do public static hash set position parse tiles to parse. This is what I want. Like this. So then I can get the thing that I want here, so I can initialize it. Combat map should parse tiles from string. Biffles, we're training the maps to fight. Absolutely. Those maps, they're going into combat. They're taking them out. We're sending them in. Send in the combat maps, folks. They're not just, there ain't no normal map. They're combat maps. They're trained to kill. They're trained to kill. And so we're going to end up with a hash set. What's cool here is we can actually do it in a, no, we can't do an array of positions. Do a hash set of position expected positions. Okay. And then we can create what's called a member data. So I can never quite remember it. I haven't learned the syntax for this just yet. I always just go and find where I've done it. Crawler mode should. Do I have one here? Where's my member data? Member data. Map versus crawling dungeons. Let's go. Let's take them out. That's hilarious. Here is our member data. It looks like this. I can never quite remember. It needs to be in this format. All right, so our combat controller, or should, combat map should. Here is our member data. So we need these hash positions here. Yeah, we'll make a few. So this is parse tiles from string data. And then we're going to end up with the data coming from this. And that's going to be a theory. And then we're going to do member data, name of, and that's going to be our parse tiles from string data. Yeah, I wonder if I could make this a little bit smarter. It's an array of, oh, I can't because I need different data types in it. That's why. So it has to be the object type because we don't have union types in C#. And I could, or I suppose I could make it my input. I can make it like an input parameter and then do that. You know what? I can do that. I think, let's try this. Can I do string comma hash set of position like this? I think I could do this, and then this becomes a tuple here of inputs, and then we pull out to parse expected positions equals inputs. I think I can do this. String hash set position. I think I can do this. We're gonna give this a try. Yeah, I think we can do this. It's gonna be an array of these things. So these are our member datas. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, it does have to be an object. Okay, so I'm wrong. It does have to be an object. Enjoy your day, Owen. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning. It's always a pleasure. Have a beautiful weekend. Sometimes it's difficult to remember the data. That's right, Tuber Tugger. Frequently, in fact. All right, so we're going to create a couple tile sets here. Public, static, hash set position. Go with empty. No tiles is just going to give us a new one back. Public, static, hash set position. This is going to do a square 4x4. Okay. And this one, we're just going to have it be a 4x4 grid. So it's going to be full of positions here. Can I do... New position 0, 0. We have to explicitly do all of them. It's a little bit tedious, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3. And then this will be 1, 2. Oh, wrong. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That wasn't that bad actually. Popcorn. How are you today? We got popcorn. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Popcorn. How you been, my friend? Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hello. We'll call this a T square or cross. All right, so the cross here is going to be missing. Want to be missing this here. Does insert work if I do insert? Where's my insert button? Do I not have an insert button on this keyboard? Interesting. I want my cross to look like this and like this. So we're gonna have those corners missing. Like this. And like that. And then lastly, we'll do a one that is a cross, public static hash set position, square and cross. And it's going to just sort of be the combination of these, and we're going to have to swap out all of these, a lot of this. But I want it to look like this. Square and cross, we'll put a square on top. Probably overkill on the test, but I don't need all of these. But we have a square on top, and then down here, all of our Y positions become 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6. 5, 6. Gotta go, Captain. Enjoy your stream, my friend. Dungeons and Dimples, folks. We gotta go watch some people play some board games. I think Dungeons and Dimples is about to start that up. Go check her out. Awesome stream over there. If you want to watch someone play some board games rather than doing some coding, be sure to go check her out in a few minutes. I think she's going live now. Distron, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. My most used key on the keyboard is one that spells Pert Screen and Sysrec. Use it every day. What do you use print screen for? Oh, is that screenshot? Yeah, I use that. Oh, mine says that same thing. Look. Let's put that dock cam on so you can see. Oh, my dock cam's not going to reach my keyboard, actually. Mine says that too. Right there. It says Pertsker and Sysrec. Pertsker, Sysrec. It's hard to see. A little bit hard to see. That's okay. That's okay. We'll turn the dock cam back off. Oh, you have no idea what it does. Mine does this. Watch. If I press this button, boom. Screenshot. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Perfect. That's what mine does. OXDXVID. Ox DXVid. DXVid. I'm going to go with DXVid. Welcome to the stream. DXVid is here. They followed me on this day. You know we got DXVID. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Moonez, there's so much winning happening. We have so much winning. Okay, so now what I want to do is the strings here. We're going to have our string to things. So the string that we're going to parse is going to be this one. So the empty string, actually, string.empty. This should produce no tiles. All right, that one's simple. The one that is a square 4x4 should be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. The one that is a cross is going to look like this. Okay, so this becomes cross. And then the one that looks like a cross, a square plus a cross. So we got square and cross, comma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is my test. This is my test here. Yeah. Mooniz making sure to get, Mooniz knows that if you say a message every hour, you get bonus points. You get bonus points if you're active in the chat. Mooniz is using this to make sure that he maintains his lead over Dramos. So you end up implementing a dialogue system, and yeah, Distron I did. I'll show it to you. Give me a second here. Let me write this test, and then I'll show it to you. I'm really, really happy with it too. I'm very happy. I want to. I'm not going to do it for the jam. I don't think I have time, but it would be really easy to make it so you could use Twine to then do it. Take a Twine and compile it, transpile it into the dialogue system I have. It'd be really simple. So in this case, we're going to go and do this. We're going to say a hash set position actual is going to be equal to our combat map.extensions.parse tiles from to parse. And then our actual dot should be subset of expected positions, as well as actual dot count dot should be. I wonder if should be. Let's try should be equivalent to. Does this work with sets? I'm scared of that. Should be. We'll just do counts. I know this is should be expected positions dot count. Okay. So it should have the same number of things and be a subset of, which will result in it being the same set. Is there a set equality? Actual dot set equals. There we go. Set equals is not part of shouldly though. Actual dot should be set. Same as I don't know enough about how these methods work on collections. So we're gonna go with this for now. Twine is awesome. So you'd have to use Twine in a very specific way. And I could show that to you. This test will fail, and then we're going to come back and implement it in a second. So this is going to be a red test, or it should be a red test. I should get, I think 4 failing tests. 4 failing tests. Okay. Let me show you my dialogue system, Distron. So it's very, the UI for it is very rudimentary, but this is a dialogue that can show up. So I have, oh, this is not the dialogue I want. Let me refresh here. And then let's go talk to Morlin. So I have a dialogue system that works in this way. Come in here, I have Morlin. It has some text. You can do colors. You can do bolding. You can do italics. I don't think italics in here. And then we have this menu I can select on here. If I hit heal, it goes into a subsystem. No thanks. I can have it go back and forth between these. I can leave to have it do nothing. I do make donation. It actually runs a script that donates money to Morlin. And then if I do heal and pay 50 gold, it runs a separate script. So I have a dialogue system that you can do nested graph. It's basically a graph. It's a dialogue graph. Let me show you the code for the dialogue. So the dialogue here is in priest.lua. Okay. So when you enter that space, it runs this code. And so it constructs this dialogue. And so a dialogue has the text that shows up on it, and then the options that it shows. I construct a second dialogue for when you select heal. So there is a continue dialogue option. The word heal says go to another dialogue, which is defined here. When we continue another dialogue, so we select no thanks, it actually goes back to the priest dialogue, which is up here. If we do make donation, it runs the donation Lua script. If we do pay 50 gold, it runs the heal Lua script. If we do leave, it just closes the dialogue. So really, I would say pretty simple system to write, visually unimpressive, but it would be, I think, straightforward to take my brain, to take a graph, the graph that is produced by Twine, and compile it, transpile it into this if I follow very simple rules in the Twine. It's the script isn't, you write the script separate, so you put your scripts here, but it is available in the editor. Is my editor running? Here, let me launch the editor. I just modify this here. Here, well, let's add a new dialogue. Let's add a new dialogue. All right. Let's add a new dialogue here. And we'll put in a thing here. So let's create a new dialogue. We're going to call this Distron. And we're going to say, here's Distron. Hello. I am interested in a dialogue system. Okay, I'm interested in a dialogue system here. Okay, and then here are going to be our options. I'll change this to Distron. Like this. We're going to add an option. This one's going to be talk to Morlin. And this is going to run priest.lua. This is going to be a run script dialogue. So we're running the script. And then we're just going to have a leave here. All right, so I've created this script that has our Distron dialogue in it. Now in my editor, let's go into my pixel dungeon. We'll go into the dungeon editor. We'll load up my town map. And I'm going to say when I move into this position here, when we enter this position, run distron.lua. Moon is, I'm learning a lot by playing other Metroidvanias. Awesome. I played a bit of Hollow Knight today. Beat the Mantis Lord. First try was a nice boss. Awesome. Folks, before I forget, be sure to give Mooniz some love. Mooniz has taught me just about everything I know about game dev. Incredibly talented game developer, Unity developer. Click that heart. Give him some love. If you're not already following Mooniz, I know a lot of you are. Be sure to do so because I learned so much over there. He's making a Metroidvania game. Be sure to go check it out. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. All right. So Distron now. I forgot to save my map. Sorry. Go back to my town. Forgot to save. New event on enter Distron. That's what happens when you get distracted by Mooniz. Let's do a build. So I'm going to build my pixel dungeon. All right. Notice I'm not going to refresh this page at all. I'm going to take my pixel dungeon. I need to add it into my build here. Let's create a new window. I'm going to put this on my web server so I can access it. WebGL, there's an old version of Pixel Dungeon. Let's move it in here. We're going to replace this. Notice I've not rebuilt Lua or anything. Oh, this might not work. I might need to call it something else. We'll find out. Oh, no, I think this will work. Context.load crawler from URL. Pixel dungeon.json. Okay, so we just loaded up our new map. There's the dialogue. Distron, hello, I'm interested in a dialogue system. We can leave. Or I can talk to Morlin, which starts up the next dialogue here. And then I can leave. So it's all done through the Lua scripts. I don't have to recompile my engine. So this is my engine here. I just hand it the new dungeon crawler. And it runs it. I didn't have to do any compilation on. I had to do a build for my project, for my dungeon project, but I didn't have to recompile the engine. So they're like separate. They're isolated. Nice, Mooniz. You're so elite. You're so elite. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. Though you can't access it through the editor itself. When you say access through the editor, I don't have I don't have a text editor in there. No. I'm not going to implement that. That'd be a lot of work. That'd be a crazy amount of work. I can add new scripts without relaunching, so my editor's already open. All I gotta do, you can use whichever text editor you want, right? Who wants to use my garbage editor when you have access to VS Code? Who wants to use my garbage editor when you have access to whatever Lua tools you use, right? So I can add a new script and then it will show up in my editor. So similar in, so if I go to add a new script, now I have distro on copy. So all I got to do is add it to my project folder and it's there. In Unity, I guess Godot has a built-in GD script editor. So you have that. Maybe someday, possibly, but probably not. We might do that. But yeah, so I think it's pretty cool. Put in those terms, do you even want to use your garbage editor? Yeah, I don't, not to edit the scripts, right? To edit the scripts, I definitely don't. To edit the map, sure. Sure. There's a reason that Unity doesn't have a built-in code editor, right? Because Visual Studio, there are tools that exist that are just way better. But it's great for this, right? It's great for this part. It's great for drawing the map. Do I want to use do I want to write my own text editor? Probably someday. Is it going to be better than VS Code? Nope. Guarantee it won't be. Guarantee it won't be. All right. Melbell, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be. We are in the process of... Thank you for the distraction. That was fun. That was a fun little distraction from what's going on. Oh, this is now going to have a dist on in there. DIY text editor, right along the lines of DIY compiler. Oh, we did a DIY compiler last year, which was super fun. I haven't done a DIY text editor. I've read about it, but I've never done it. Compiler is absolutely easier for a small language. Maybe a Lua compiler would be really cool. Z-Man, welcome to the stream, my friend. Hope you're doing well. I guess I'm thinking about how things like Twine or RPG Maker do things like dialogue systems. So that would be something to put in my editor. Yes. So that would be something that I'm interested. I don't have time to do it for the jam, but that would be something that I'd be very interested in adding into my editor. Would be a tool to like draw the dialogue and then have it compile to the Lua script. Transpile to the Lua script. Yeah, the jam started yesterday. We're less than 24 hours into the jam. Less than 24 hours into the jam. Have you tried Ink with Unity? I don't know what Ink is in Unity. Is that a? I'm assuming that's a dialogue system. Let's undo this. We'll undo this as well, just so it doesn't get clogged up my my changes there. So we were in the process of writing this parser to load our maps in, so it makes it easier to test. See, man, I'm doing good. Having a weekend with the eldest alone. Currently juggling, making food, working on my own game, and spending time with the kid. Z-Man, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. If you got any links for us, let me give you a permission real quick since you're new to the stream. Feel free to send some links. If you got pictures, anything to share with us about your game, I'd love to check it out. You can also post it on the Discord if you'd like. Always love people there. It's for dialogue. You just edit a text file or use the ink editor. Yeah, I haven't. I didn't even know that exists. I'm sure I knew there were dialogue systems, but I haven't used that one specifically. Let's write parse tiles now. Been trying to get this for Android. Let's take a look before we hop back into our code. Let's take a look because we're gonna get distracted if we. We'll never play it if we don't. A match 4 puzzle by spinning in a hexagonal grid. Ooh, I love me a good puzzle game. You're trying to get to work on Android. Very cool. Let's do it. So this is, let me ask, so we're matching 4, Bejeweled-esque. Let's see if we can find, ooh. Well, I have a timer. Can I just swap things around if I want to? Can I do, oh, that is cool. That is really cool. Oh, and it goes around corners like that. That is awesome. Sidran, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat on this stack here. Let's get this stack started. Thank you for the hat redeem. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I appreciate it. Keeping my head warm. Roses are red, Wagyu cows are fat. I'll hide your bald spot with, here's a hat. Thank you for that. What's this fire mean? I don't know. Maybe it's saying that's what our last move was. All right, so if I do, ooh, this is tricky. Okay, so I can just, all right. We get some time back when we do it. Look at those combos. Look at those combos coming through. Can I do something? Hang on. I wanted to do that. Boom. Oh, what a cool concept. I love, love, love this. ChatGPT at its best. Posted to production. Yikes. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. This is super cool, ZMet. Folks, if you like puzzle games, go check this out. Really cool stuff. Working on a build. Is this Unity? Did it say Unity when I started it up? Yeah, Unity. Fantastic little game. I'm going to come back to this one. Follow. How do I add this to my favorites? Because I want to come back to it. Add to collection. New collection. Come back to play. This looks really cool. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I think I could spend out. If you have this on mobile, when you get it on mobile, tell me, because I will play the heck out of it. I will play the heck out of that style game. We made a game called. We made a version of a game called No Mess. All right, we're gonna do a parse here. So to parse dot replace. Oh, we're in. We don't have a replace line endings. We don't have a replace line endings. Let's go look at what is replace line endings. So we want to use the environment new lines. It's okay. We're just going to do .NET.split environment dot new line. New line defined for the environment. See, I don't. There's an issue with this. If I was in new C#, if it's in .NET, it'd have access to the replace line endings. Let's look at C#. C# replace line endings. It's true, I am one of the coders of all time. Currently working to make a release for Google Play, but still a lot of checkbox and features implement before that point. That's fair. It's in internal testing now and slowly starting closed testing. Very cool. Except when you messed up and sent it to production. Gotcha. Use replace environment, but I want to use. How can I replace line breaks with a string? But I want to do it on arbitrary. Here it is. This is what I want. So we're going to do an internal. We're going to do this. To parse equals to parse dot replace to parse with environment dot new line. So that's interesting. Replace old character. Oh, it has to be a character. It should be overloaded. Environment dot new line. This is why we write a test, because now I'll be able to know if this is going to break or not. And then we're going to split on environment dot new line. Gives back a string there. Trundle guy, welcome to the stream. Trundle guy. Thank you for following me today. Trundle, thank you so much for the follow. Distron says, sorry for the random question, but does anyone know what it's called when you cut off any decimal point from a number? I know people call it rounding, but what is it like? the math name for it, truncate. You truncate, so you're just taking off the end. I would call it truncate. I'm pretty sure that's what it would be called too. So we have our rows like this, and then we're gonna go through. We're gonna say for int y equals 0. Y is less than rows.length, y plus plus. We want to build up our initial hash set here, hash set of positioned tiles. At the end of the day, we're going to return tiles. For int x equals 0, x is less than rows at y of length, x plus plus. And then we're going to do tiles.add new position xy. And how do we do? How did we do? Not well. Okay. We passed some of them, but not all of them. Which is interesting. We didn't pass 2. My guess is we're eliminating white space at the end or something. Oh, we only want to add it if Trundle Guy, so sorry about that. Permit Trundle Guy. Once you've been in the stream for an hour, at least once, you can post stuff. It thinks you tried to post a link. All right. So Trundle Guy tried to do this. It thought math.floor was a website. Rob Lang Dev, welcome back to say it cuts off numbers without rounding. Yeah. Floor will send it to the bottom. Yeah, floor would be another one, right? But truncate says we just want to get rid of the decimal points. But yeah, you got permission now. It's just to prevent crazy bots. We had adult-related bots coming through. So if maybe we can change this to a link. It might be nice. If rows of yx is this, say if it's not this, we're gonna skip it. So we almost got it. So this I think will pass. That's why we write multiple tests and we don't just use a square. Yeah, floor and ceiling rounds up or down. Okay, so we have this parse. There is no truncate function in the language I'm using, but there's a floor function. That might be the way. Floor, it will do the same thing as truncating all the decimals, right? So you might want to truncate after 2 decimals, so it's a little bit more generic of a term. Floor says to round down. But I think it's the same difference. So truncate has in my mind, the way truncate works is you could have 10.07952. You might say truncate here, truncate 2, right? And that says to keep 2 decimal points. You can multiply by 10, then floor, then divide by 10, right? Floor, and I could be completely wrong, floor is equal to truncate of 0, is what I would say. Yeah. So that's just like my opinion, though. All right, so we just wrote git add git commit m. We did combat map beat. Combat map should parse tiles from string. So given that, we can actually do some setup here to make it a little bit easier. So we did that specifically so we can do some combat controller tests a little bit more easily. We can get some spaces. We can validate move actions. can put a player in a spot and make sure the player can move a specific distance by giving a specific map. So if you have 10.1234 and you want 10.12, then multiply by 100 floor and then divide. Yeah. So there's a little bit of extra work there. Yeah. If you're in C#, you also have math.floor, and I think it's overloaded. I don't know that you're in there. Oh, is that not right? Math.round. It might be in a different version. Yeah. Math.round lets you specify the number of decimals to round to. BJ Aquamart. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Welcome to the stream. You're welcome to access my GitHub. If you're interested in this specific project, you find the source code for this specific project at that GitHub URL. It's not actually, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Validate the move action. Rick and M, welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We are working on our entry for the Dungeon Crawler Jam. We are making we're working on our combat system. And I have what I'm calling a well-defined combat system. I'm not prototyping a combat system. I want to implement a combat system that's inspired by a board game that I play. And so I know the rules pretty well. I've done a document for it. Oh, that's a pretty standard one. Or I've used it a lot in the past. I think it might even be a Google commit message guidelines. I think it's this one here. Not that it matters. Yeah. So I follow this type, description, body. So feat is for a feature. So I'm following this as my commit guideline. I'm not super strict about it, but this is what I'm trying to do. I have my students follow these commit guidelines. So it's more of a habit forming thing for me. And what I tell them is wherever you work, whatever team you're on, you should have a guideline for how you do it, and you should all follow it. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that it's consistent and that your team uses it. That's what it comes down to. Okay. But yeah, for anyone who's interested, here's the design document that I'm working from. I have a combat system designed for my combat mechanics. I'm implementing the logical portion of it. And once I have confidence in all the logic mechanics work, I'm going to write a controller for it to control all the movements and stuff inside of it. And so this is going to make it hopefully a little bit, I've already found several bugs by writing the test this way. Hopefully this will make that process, once I'm done with this part, making the Unity controller much simpler to implement, because I'll have thought through all of it. Now it's just a matter of when the user presses this, call this method. When the user does that, call that method. But we're looking at validate move action right now. So we have we need to have a setup here. So validate and move action. We need to have a player. All right, so we're gonna have a player in a position. So we have to do int. This feels like it might make sense to do some member values to construct all this. So this is our starting position. Int. It might make sense to do this. We're gonna start position. And this is going to be from our combat. Start position. And then our move action. And then we need the combat map that we're on. So we do combat map. Start position, move action. And then we also want to, there's a bunch of little things here. All of the setup for this is pretty big. You can, we do that in our commit messages as well. So when we do our pull requests, we do that. So if I go to my pull requests, here we can look at the closed ones. Fix Unity build issue, you'll see fixes and closes number 86. and then that causes the issue to close. Super cool stuff. So we do that as well. Let me write this test without this. Let me write a single test here, and we'll see what parts we need. So we have a combat map. All right, a single one to start out. It's going to be our map. It's going to equal a new combat map. New, and then we'll initialize it here. We're going to have our tiles equal to, and we're going to parse this in. We can make a more interesting map here. Public string long map or something like that. I'm going to call this test map. All right, so what we'll do here is we'll create a map. We'll have a hallway here. And then a room on this side. Okay, so this is sort of the map. Okay. And I could potentially add in, if I were to add in 0, 1, 2, this should be fine. It'll actually be 1, 2, 3, because I'm going to add in a grid on the top here. Oh, I'll just put it on the bottom. There we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this will be 0, 1, 2. So this is my map. So I can look at this and think about it here. But this is why we wrote our combat map extensions dot parse tiles. And this will be our test map. Then we want to do our player characters, and we're going to create a new player character here. And this is a dictionary of player characters. So let's put our player in this position here. Okay, so this would be 1, 1, 1, 1, and we'll create a new player character. We do need to add in some information. We need to give them some movement. So give them a movement points. Let's give them 4 movement points. And this is where I'm saying, like, we need a variable here for how many movement points. I'm actually going to say int movement points. Okay, so this is how many movement points the player has. Movement points, like that. I want to know the starting position for my player. And this is where I'm starting to feel like I need to put in additional, like an additional position. Because after I move, oh, this isn't actually going to validate whether or not it is. It's just going to tell us whether or not it's a valid move. Int x, int y. This is our starting x and y. So we're going to swap this in here. X and y. I want to try and make a game 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0 says. I want to try to make a game for fun. I have no game dev experience though. Does anyone have a good tutorial, something that they can recommend to start learning? There's a bunch. It depends on how much, so let me ask you, how much programming do you want to do? How much programming do you want to do versus how quickly do you just want to make something? So there's a lot of tools that don't have a whole lot of programming. ClickTeam Fusion is an example. You could do a lot with Game Maker. So there are things you can do that are useful. Depends on what engine you want to use. Yeah. Ryan says, I'm really loving C# and I'm learning my math again because math was hard for me being autistic. So it was hard. So I bought a subscription to the software we used when I was in school. Gosh, I love C#. I work as a software engineer for a manufacturer. Prefer to be a programming focused. The issue I have is Unreal Studios always use blueprints. Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of Unity. Huge fan might be the strong word. I really like Unity because I'm a big fan of C#. Tease Hark, welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. I really like that second one there is my favorite option. I should put that as the number 1. The C# Player's Guide is, I think, the best, in my opinion, the best resource for learning C# for beginners and advanced. People who've been programming a long time, when I picked up this book, I loved it. I learned so much. I'd already been programming a long time, and I learned, it gave me a bunch of stuff. So can't recommend this book enough. Highly, highly recommend it. For Unity, I personally would recommend, if you're already a programmer, if you're already a solid programmer, it's $35. That book is $35. If you're already a programmer, I might recommend something like this, Learning C# by Developing Games in Unity. Yeah, I think it's $35 even on Amazon. I'd recommend something like this rather than just a tutorial. It's going to give you a much deeper dive into a system. It doesn't have to be Unity. It can be any game engine, but I think Unity is a really solid game engine. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've only been using it for about 2 years. With seriousness, I've been using it for about 2 years. I used the actual tutorials that were built into Unity itself. I thought they were pretty good. Yeah, Learn.Unity also has a lot of good resources. I think they're a little bit hit or miss. A little bit hit or miss. Let's do something like this. So we have a map that looks kind of like this. Okay. We're going to put our player at a position, so X and Y. We're going to also add in some additional player characters as obstacles. Okay, so we know that there's going to be a player character, new player character, and I'm just going to make this person be a obstacle. New character card obstacle. We're just going to make an obstacle for the player to move around. Okay. And we're going to put this player, we're going to basically say, like, you can't end up in the same spot as someone else. And so I'm going to block this spot here. Maybe we need to make a little bit, let me make a little bit. All right, I think I'm getting a little bit too complex. Overzealous obstacle. You can't end in the same spot as a player, but you can move through them. Yeah, so this is an obstacle. Let's put them here. We're gonna put them at position 4, 1. This player character blocks the space. Player character can be moved through, but you cannot end your move in this space. That's what that'll say here. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. MMB31. Thank you so much for the follow. B31, you're here, and I want to welcome you today. We got B31. Thank you for following me. Thank you for the follow. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Let's see. Ryan says, I learned Unity as Google stuff and make games from that because it's inspiring to me. Just watching a tutorial, of course, has its bad sides. So I think tutorials are fine if you don't just copy and paste what's in the tutorial. I think you run into trouble. People get this, this is where, like, people refer to tutorial hell. You get this false sense of security that you're learning a ton because you've produced this game, right? At the end, you've produced this really big, cool thing, but you actually don't know how any of it works. And this is why I tend to prefer books, because the books try and give you extra detail, extra rounding around the edges that way. One of the reasons I love the C# Player's Guide is because the author of the book runs a Discord. So if you have questions, you can go ask him. I think it's always important to have resources to be able to interact with. So we're going to put a player here. Make sure we can't end this. We won't be able to end our space in that same space. We should be able to move through it. Validate move action. And then we'll do int target X, int target Y. These are going to be the important. I hate this autocomplete here with int. I think I just typed too fast. Like my fingers don't line up on the speed of the typing. So here's our setup. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I never said that you were watching tutorials. I was just speaking my opinion. Yeah, I wasn't saying you. I was saying in general. That's often happens. Yeah, it wasn't about you. I'm sorry if it came across that way. Okay, so we have our combat map here. We're going to initialize it this way. Then we need to say, okay, our move action, under test is going to be a new, or this is going to be action. It's going to be equals a new move action. What are the things? The move action takes in a player character. Yeah, player character. That's right. Player character. The character that we're moving is going to be this one, so we need to actually save this player character. Okay. Player character, moving character. It's going to be this one. This is interesting. So it's making me realize that I need potentially more information to be able to do it, because we could have two identical characters and looking them up would be a little bit weird. Instead, I think my move action needs a from position and a to position. Okay. All right. Our combat, this is why I write those tests. Position, start position, and then our target position. Yeah. Okay. Someone has a better name for start and target. Let me know. Start and end feels okay, but this is the position I'm trying to move into. Start and end might make more sense. Does anyone have strong feelings? I liked target, but maybe that was because I had player character here. All right, so we're gonna have our start position. So let's create a position. Start equals new position XY. They speak a lot of wave function collapse in that context. I'm missing something. Or you're not talking to me probably is what's really happening. Position start equals new. Expected comma. Oh, this should be outside. Hang on. There we go. Position end is equal to new. Target X, target Y. Like that. Wave function collapse. I haven't, whenever I was doing dungeon generation, I was getting people asking me about wave function collapse, and I don't know that I haven't actually any formal information about it. I've heard really cool things about it. My dungeon generator was quite different. Our move action is going to be a start and our end. Okay, so this is all our setup here. So the actual act, so this is the arrange part of our test. Arrange. Act here. So the actual act is going to be map dot valid move action and bool actual. And we're actually validating this and saying these should all be actual dot is should be true. And then this is our assert. So with all of this setup here, okay, so this isn't that bad. X, Y, number of movement points, int, target X, target Y. So these should all be valid movements. Sneaky Snake, can you explain some C# code? Which code specifically? Is it some code here that I've written that you would like me to explain? Or would you mine? Maybe. If you want to post on the Discord, let's see. I see it here. It's just you're brand new to the stream. I guess you also need this care. Let me take this code here. It's really hard to read the code here. So the code you sent was this. Meadowland 2K array. Okay. Minus and it looks like it's printing this backwards. So given a string, it reverses the string, is what I would say. It looks like it's doing. Looks like it's reversing the string. Okay. Is it okay to be bad at making assets for? Absolutely. It's okay to be bad at anything. Really, being bad at something, no one's, look, here, let me say this. No one's is born being a good artist. It's all acquired skills. Everything you do in your life is the culmination of your experience. No one is born as a great artist. No one is born as a great programmer. Some people have an affinity for something, so they have a natural inclination, but I think there's nothing wrong with being bad at. I feel like I'm bad at making assets. So bad that I just leaned into it. I don't know if you've seen the Poorly Drawn Card game. Look, I am bad at making art, so I made a game all about how bad I am at making art. Look at this. And the crazy thing is I got better as I went along. This guy came out really good. These guys started coming out really good. As I was doing it, the practice here made things better. Win 3, man. Is it Wine Man? Win 3 or Wine? Win 3. Win 3. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. Win 3. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Sneaky Snake says, you have any help on how to think when I get a thing I need to do and what's a good way to move forward? It's all about, you're talking about algorithmic thinking, programmatic thinking, practice. Do an exercise, then solve it. Maybe you need some help to do it. Maybe you need someone to talk you through the example. Do it. That's okay. A week later, maybe the next day, come back, do it again. I don't necessarily think mashing code is the way to do it. Thinking through, okay, what do I need to do? What is the simplest thing to do? So in my book, let me show you a little bit in my book here. The book that I'm writing, so that's written. The book's slightly broken right now because of Replit no longer supporting the tools in here. But let's go look at this activity here, personality quiz. Think about what you want your user to do. So designing your first question. So in this exercise, this project here is making a personality quiz, right? So in the personality quiz, which Dungeons and Dragons class are you? Your outcomes might be fighter, wizard, rogue, bard. All right, so what are the different outcomes you're gonna want in your quiz? Right, so make a quiz. What are your outcomes? What are the different outcomes? So think about what is the output? What is the input the user's gonna give me? What are the outputs that's gonna come through? All right, so let's design our first question. All right, what will your first question be? What will the first option be? Second option, third option, fourth option. So we're thinking through, what is my user going to see? What is my user going to see? So we think through all of that before we write any code. You're gonna get to a point where you're good enough where you can write that particular type of code in your head, and then we're going to program our first question. We break it down into steps. Okay, I need to create a console project. I need to have variables to keep track of these things. All right, here's my scores. Display. Don't think, okay, I need to do a console. Display this information. Display it. Write a decision tree with 5 branches. The first branch uses an if statement. So all right, this is the first branch. This is the second branch. This is the third branch. What are the different branches that you're going to need through your logic? Think through it. So this is what I have my students do. So I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming. And I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14. This is the process I have my students do on these things. And you can't just do it once and be done with it. You need to do it until it becomes burnt into you. It takes the average person 10 times doing these exercises before they don't have to write it down ahead of time anymore. So that is it. A grind. The grind is real. Someone who has a higher affinity for it, someone who is maybe doesn't need it. I'm saying the average person that takes 10 times, you might only need to do it 3 or 4 times before you're able to do it. So I can make a case or guess. I guess 4 cases. Right. So the idea here is you say, what are my inputs? What are my outputs? What do I want my program to do? Check out what I'm doing right now is I'm not writing any code. I haven't written the code for this. I'm thinking through what is it that I want to do. In my program here, I want, what is valid move action do? What does this even mean? I want to write a program that will validate whether or not the player can make this move. And so I'm actually thinking all the way through it. This is what my map looks like. This is what my map looks like. This is where I want the player to start. This is where I want the player to move. This is where they start. This is where they move. I'm doing it right now. The map here, this whole thing is actually just building up this and then putting the players onto the map. That's how I get them there. This is my arrange. This is my setup. The actual move action has the start and the end. And then my is valid move here is the action that I am going to take. Ronders, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for the Irish Jern face there. And what I'm going to do next, I'm going to say, okay, what types of moves are valid moves? Okay, so my player here, if my player is starting at position 0, 1, that's right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. 0, 1 is this position right here. I'm starting at position 0, 1, and I have 4 movement points, and I want to move into the position 1, 1. That's this position here. That is a valid move. That's what I've defined here. Sneaky Snake, I've used Monogame once. I wasn't a huge fan of it. This is a TSRPG. So this is a combat system that is grid-based movement. It's part of my overall Game Jam implementation. So I'm making a dungeon crawling game. I'm working on for Dungeon Crawler 2024. I'm working on this Game Jam here. And we're building a game. So this is how my player navigates the world. They walk around like this. They might encounter someone that lets them do some stuff. And I'm working on the combat system for that game right now. And I'm thinking through the logic. I didn't just go and write code to make the combat system work. I'm thinking through, well, I designed this combat system. Check it out right here. I wrote down during the character phase, these are the things that my player needs to be able to do. The player spends, first during the character phase, the player spends all of the character's action points. They select these different actions. These are the different things that the player can spend actions on for their character. And then I went and I said, okay, well, player character should, and I wrote some stuff for my player character. I said, okay, my player character, when they spend points to move, okay, when they spend these action points, what should be the outcome of doing that? Given that they have this much speed. So in this case, I said, if they have 4 speed, 2 action points, then they should spend an action point. They'll have 4 movement points and 1 action point left over. That's what I'm expecting to have happen. So I thought through that. I said, okay, what's the logic of all of this? I wrote a test, and then I wrote the results. So the action, I want to get the Pagorli, welcome back to the stream. Then I implemented my by movement. By movement takes my action points, reduces it by 1, and then increases my movement points by the base speed. I actually wrote a bug the first time I wrote this code, and my test saved me from accident. I had an autocomplete action where I ended up with attack points here instead of action points. So that was a little accident I made because autocomplete got me. We need to add a last command, Pagorli. We should totally do that. And then when I end the stream, whoever had that last will get some bonus points. That's a hilarious idea. But yeah, thinking it through, saying algorithmically, what are my everything in programming? Not everything, but a lot of what in programming is what is the input, what is the output? Given this input, how does it modify? What are my preconditions? What are my post conditions? And you don't always have to write tests. I like writing tests. They help me think through this process. But you have to have a well-defined algorithm. If you have a well-defined input-output, it makes writing the code easier. It makes validating that code easier as well. Pyleos, welcome aboard. Welcome to the stream today. Pyleos, thank you for the follow. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. So our combat controller, I'm writing this test here now. What are valid moves for my player from this position? All right, another valid move. I know that I have a player, a character in position 4,1. All right, so 4,1 is off limits. I can't move there, but I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd need 5 movement. So if I have 5 movement points, I would be able to make it to, or I could start them in a different spot. Let's move them. Let's start them in 3,1, and then they should be able to move to 5,1. Okay. What's the furthest they can move from 3,1? They can move 1, 2, 3, 4. The furthest they can move, I believe, and my brain here is having trouble here. Let me zoom in. Slightly too small for me to see here. If I'm in 3,1 here, it's this spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the furthest I could move, but I could also move. The question is, do I want to have diagonal allowed? And I think I do. We could also move here and here. So those are some edge cases I want. So from 1, 3. I have this backwards. It should be 1, 3. From 1, 3, I should be able to move to 1, 5. From this, because it's my X, this is my Y. I should be able to move. I'm here. No, I'm here. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Why is my brain struggling with this? Why is my brain struggling with this? I have a tile here. I'm here in this hallway. 1, 2, 3. How long is this hallway? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so 4 movement. I should be able to move into these 3 spots. So if I'm here, I should be able to move 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 4, 4. These should all be valid positions. So I'm going to make sure that I can get that diagonal around a corner properly. Okay, so 1, 3, 4. I should be able to move into 7, 1, 7, 0, and 7, 2. Let me reorder these a little bit. So I should be able to move into any of these positions here. So these are valid moves that I can make. Okay. Let's do one more test here. If I'm in this position and I have 1 movement left, I should be able to move here as well. So down and to the right in that corner. Let's start over here. Let's put ourselves on this side just to make sure we can go left, right, up, and down. So we're going to start in this position. This would be 7, 0. Let's give ourselves 2 movement points. So we know that our other person's in 4, 1. So that's this position. I want to make sure that it doesn't tell us we can't move into that position. So if we have 2 movements, 1, 2, let's give ourselves 3 movement. We should be able to go into 7, 1. We move down. That was weird. 7, 1. Should be able to move into 6, 1, 5, 1, but we can't move into 4, 1. So these are valid moves here. So these are valid move actions. The funny part about this .NET test is that I could just write a true statement here. So these are valid moves. We're going to write the inverse of this of the invalid moves. All right, so these 9 tests fail, right? The invalidate move, though. So now in our combat controller, I could add a little thing in here on like expected valid or not. I think I like having validate and invalidate as separate. So these are valid. We could literally get these all to pass by coming in here and say is valid action true. All right, so now it's just they'll all pass, but the trick will be, oh, sorry, not is valid action here. Like this. Okay. They should all pass now, but the trick is going to be now that we have validate move action, having an invalidate move action as well. Okay. So we're going to take this test and we're going to invalidate now. Invalidate move action. And these should be false now. Okay, so this is all our setup. We have a player in 4-1. We're going to say where we can't move. Okay. We cannot move in a variety of ways. I'm going to take this image down just so we have it. I'm going to put this here as a comment. And there is a player character here. So there's a player character. We can't move there. I missed this. Did I miss that? It did. That's weird. Or this is just not indented properly. There we go. So I have 4-1. Yeah, 4-1 there. Is blocked. This is our setup. So now what I want to do is 0-1. Invalid move would be 4-1. Invalidate move 4-1. We cannot move into this position. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though we have enough movement to get there, we couldn't make it there. We cannot move into 3-0 because it's empty here. Even though we have enough movement to get there, we can't move there. This space we shouldn't be able to move into, so this would be 0-0. And then down below it, 0-2. Okay. What else? I'm learning Blender because of you, Captain. I'm glad you're learning Blender. I need to learn Blender. I know nothing about Blender. So this one is cannot end on other players, cannot move into empty space. Okay. Cannot move into wall is really what it is. I need to learn Blender. It would be good. It's just, you know, it's one of those skills where it's like I have to learn a whole new, brand new skill. We're going to have to wrap up here in a minute. After we implement this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get going. I'm going to a Japanese festival. I'll be back tomorrow. But what I want to say is if you have someone, I've been trying to raid new people. I'm open to suggestions for raids. So if there's someone you want me to raid, add it to our queue. So do a queue here. A suggestion, the Red Cabin Games, for example. Give me a queue and then give the name of someone you would be interested in raiding. And I would be happy to raid them or consider raiding them. The type of people I'm looking for tend to be newer streamers in the game dev C#. We're doing game dev, we're doing C#, or anyone doing DC. Maybe we'll try and find someone doing Dungeon Crawler Jam. So go see if you can find someone doing Dungeon Crawler Jam. If you can find someone doing the Dungeon Crawler Jam, we'll raid them. Otherwise, we're going to stick to a new person. Thank you for queuing up Two Nerdy Nerds. They're always an awesome option to raid. So my priority is going to be DC Jam, new streamers. Yeah, so those are my priorities. If you have someone else, feel free to suggest them and I'll consider it. But that's sort of what I'm going for. It's probably going to be like 20 minutes, so just keep that in mind. But feel free to queue them up. Let me unpin this, and I'm going to do suggest a person to raid. Type queue name. And then I'm going to just do I'm going to pin this up here. So that way, but yeah, queue them up there. Devro, thank you for the suggestion. Also, folks, you should check out Devro. Incredible streamer, game developer. 3D art. Speaking of 3D artists, Devro is absolutely incredible. Give him some love, folks. So let's start here at position 3-1. All right, this is going to be position 3-1. And we'll have one movement. So one movement remaining. So I mean, we can't move into this spot or the spot after. We don't gain bonus for moving over. So we can't move into 4-1. Cannot move into other player. 5-2. Cannot moving through player counts as movement like that. Okay. Is there a hashtag for the gender color? Yeah, it should be DC Jam 2024. That's what it is on Twitter. That's what Zuperdan suggested we use. So it might be there. I should have added that to mine, actually. I'm going to edit mine here so it'll be there tomorrow. DC Jam 2024. It doesn't really look like anyone's using that, but just in case, DC Jam. We'll update our settings there. We cannot move up because there would be so this would be 3-0. We cannot move down. Like that. Into wall. Cannot move into wall. We're in this spot. So we're really the only place we can move are those three, position 2. So all the 1 positions we can't get to. 1, 0, too far. 1, 1, 2. Okay. So I think this is a good set of tests. .NET tests. These ones should fail, and then we have to actually implement it. When I have a length of string, if I go 0 and then go dash, do I end up at the length? I don't understand the question. When I have a length of a string, if I go 0 and then go dash, do I end up at the length? You'll have to help me out with that. Looks like there's only one guy using the DC Jam and they aren't on. And it might be me. Yeah, interesting. That's okay. If we can't find someone doing Dungeon Crawler Jam, maybe someone doing Dungeon Crawlers would be another good option. So this one's trickier because we have to build up a list of valid moves. We need to, so the movements we can make. So this is actually a kind of tricky valid move. We have to do a search from our player's position to the distance that we can move. So we actually have to do like a flood fill type search. We can move through other players. We can't move through enemies. So there's going to be a little bit of a test that we're going to end up having to add where we need to make sure we can't move through enemies. I'm sorry, Sneaky Steak. I still don't understand the question. So when I'm on 0, if I go -1, I don't understand the question. Do you have code that you can send? So are you trying to index into the string? So it's going to be dependent on your language that you're using. So some of them, yeah. So hello world is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It depends on the language. So so in this case, hello of 0 is H. Okay. Hello of -1 error. You can't runtime an index out of bounds. So index out of bounds in C#. So you can't do that. In Python, you could do this. Yeah. There are some syntax sugar that lets us do interesting things where we say start at the end and go backwards. But yeah, by default, no, it's not that way. Okay. Is valid move action here. Let's keep going. Is valid move action. I have to do a breadth first search, I believe. We also can't do a move action if there's no player in that position. So there's one thing. Let's go. Oh, this is always with the player in the position. So there's something interesting about that as well. We need to add another invalidate move action. To do can't move action is not valid if there is no player in the starting position. That's another thing that we'll have to do there. Let's start out here. I kind of want to have a get valid moves method. Right? So private static hash set position find valid moves combat map. So this is really going to take in I need the combat map. Yeah. Combat this combat map. We have our, so we're going to end up doing a flood fill. We have the int position start, and then int move max distance. Like that. Okay. We want to iterate over all. So we're going to say, yeah, the hash set is going to continue down with us. Let's not do it. I was about to write a recursive thing, but we're not going to do that. We need to know the visited positions. We need to know the highest moves. Yeah, we're running a breadth first search here. So let's pull that up. Be at breadth first search. Breadth first search. Like this. The Discord, I have a Discord. We don't always have tons of people on the voice chat these days, so you can do it on Discord. We also have, I would also recommend C# Players Guide has a good Discord server that is pretty active, specifically for C#. These guys are pretty good at answering questions as well. I don't know if they have a voice channel. I've never been in it. I'm sure they do have at least one. We're going to do this, or some variation of this. Okay. Okay. So find valid moves. We create a queue. So at the end of the day, we're going to have a hash set of position valid moves. Okay. Our goal is to populate this thing, and then we're going to return valid moves at the end. This is the idea. And then to get the valid moves, we're going to do map.findValidMoves of move action.start. Then we need to get the number of moves that we can move. Player move mint points like this. So we need to actually get the player out of that position. So it'd be map dot try. Let's see, map dot don't we have combat map? Player characters. There it is. Map dot player characters dot try get value move action dot start out. This would be our player character PC. Say if there's no player at that spot, return false. Cannot make moves. Can only move. Start position must contain a player. There we go. So we have to have a player in there. We get the player character back. And it's going to be PC dot movement points. And we'll say that this is our hash set of position. Valid moves is this. And then we return valid moves dot contains move action dot end. These are going to be the valid moves we can make. Okay. So this is going to tell us if we have a valid move action. This is the way we're going to do it. Now we have to write this breadth first search. And the way the breadth first search is going to work is our valid moves. Our neighbors are going to be, yeah, so we need like this array of Q of position. And so Q of position, and then it's sort of like the next Q of position, I think is what we need to check. It's flood fill though. We're doing a flood fill. So it's not breadth first search. To check, or we'll call this Q. That was weird. What button opened that? I hit some button and it opened this. Q, control. Oh, control Q brought that up. Q. We'll make a Q here and we'll say, while Q dot try DQ position next position. We also need to enqueue. Can I enqueue our start into this? I can't, but I think I can do q.enqueue start. This is where we're gonna start our moves here. And honestly, we always have one valid move, which is our start position. And it's wanting me to do start here. That's why I was thinking, can I do valid moves like this? It lets me do that. Okay. And we are going to, this would be out next position. Valid moves is not quite one. Valid moves, we also want to do hash set position explored visited is this. Okay. And we have already visited the start. These are our valid moves. Start is a valid move. Okay. At the end of the day, we need to keep going in here. Okay, we're gonna say, well, it's not empty. We get the next position. We're not searching for a specific goal, so we just say get the neighbors. Okay, so we're gonna say for each position neighbor. We'll have to write a function neighbors of next position. So we need to get all of the neighbors here. So let's write a quick helper down here. And we'll probably end up abstracting it. Static position, I enumerable position, neighbors of position, like this. And all of our neighbors, we're just gonna, this really, is going to look like this. Return, and we just do all of our neighbors here. Position with, I want to do it a little bit differently. It'll be a little bit easier to do it like this. Var x, y equals position. And then we're going to return x minus 1, y minus 1. Then we got to do a, we not map? We're not doing map. Return new position. Really wants me to do it this way. That's okay. We can do that. New position. New position. X, y minus 1. New position. X plus 1, y. That autocomplete's gonna kill me. One single variable letter names drive me crazy. It always wants to capitalize them if I hit space. Okay, so we have this new position. We don't have the middle here. There is no neighbor here. It's not a neighbor because that's our actual position. This column here, our Y has, and the formatting is going to kill the formatting when I do the format. You could turn off the formatter though. You might disable the formatter for this section of code for readability. Now all of these would be Y plus 1. We need this one as well. Let's just duplicate. Let's still this line instead. And so this one here is the bottom row. These become Y plus 1. So these are all of our neighbors. Like that. Oops. Okay. Each of the direction we can move diagonally. That counts as one movement. So now we get all of our neighbors and we say if neighbor, visited.contains neighbor, we skip it. So if we've already visited one, we skip it. We want to do one other thing here. I'm going to get rid of this. Right here, when we dequeue this thing, we're going to say if map.tiles.contains the next position, then it's a valid move. Valid move.add. Valid move.add. We need to keep track of our distance somehow as well. I'm realizing there's a little bit of visited there, valid moves. We need to keep track of our position and int moves remaining. So this becomes a little bit different. Q.inQ start max distance. We have to subtract that out. That's going to be our position int moves. Call this next, and we're going to pull out var. I will do it this way. Var next position int moves remaining equals next, like that. Why is this while? Oh, we're missing a semicolon here. So this is how many moves we have remaining. If do if moves remaining. Oh, I didn't mean to delete that line. If moves remaining is 0, we're done. We shouldn't do any more there. Okay, I am going to put this here. we get our neighbors. If our neighbors does not contain here, if our neighbors does not contain, if our visitor contains it, that's fine. We want to say if our map dot tiles dot contains neighbor. If this is not a valid tile on the map, we also skip. We don't do anything. So if we have not visited it and it is a valid position, we are going to add it to valid moves dot add the neighbor. The neighbor is a valid move now. We're also going to visit the neighbor. So visited dot add neighbor. Starting to feel like visited and valid are the same. Ooh, we also have one more. If our map dot player characters dot contains key of this neighbor, it's also not valid. So don't repeat position, don't move out of map, don't move, but there's one little caveat here. Don't move onto players. Onto, cannot move on other players, but we can move through them. Okay, so we're gonna say if it doesn't contain a player in this position, this is a valid move. This is where visited and valid are different. A little note here. Okay. Then we're gonna say that we visited this, and then we're gonna add the neighbor to the queue. So our queue, we need to add in our neighbor. Say, okay, now we need to continue from the neighbor, but we have one less move remaining from that position. Okay, I think this is the first draft of it. How did we do? I would be amazed if this works. All right, we passed some of them, but not all. It might make sense to write a test that's find valid moves. I'm starting to think that the player's own position is not a valid move. This shouldn't make these tests pass, though. Like, we've got 4 passing. Okay, that's interesting. That one increased it. We could look at the failing tests, which is quite a bit harder to do. I think writing a test for find valid moves is the thing that we should do next. All right. But I got to get out of here. We're going to finish this up. Probably off stream. I'll probably finish it later today. But we'll be back tomorrow for more Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024, folks. Don't miss it. Be sure to join us on Discord if you want to get notified. Join our community. Awesome community over there. We're going to raid. I think we got 2 suggestions. Where'd my questions file go? All right, I guess we got to reopen the questions file. It should be over in Captain Coder, logs, questions.txt.txt. Mars 9, we haven't raided Mars 9 in a while. They're not new to streaming, though. They've been streaming for a long time. Let's look at what people are doing. Let's look at what people are doing, though. TV, Mars 9. They're on break, so let's go check out 2 Nerdy Nerds. Is 2 Nerdy Nerds on? They are. Okay. We're going to raid 2 Nerdy Nerds, folks. Incredible streamers over here. Oh, they have 27 people. Maybe we'll raid We'll raid 2 nerdy nerds. Thank you guys so much for the suggestions. Raid 2 nerdy nerds. All right, folks, I gotta get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a beautiful day. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.